Going.
All right, everyone, welcome back. My name is Sean. I'll be your DM for the moment. Can anyone, because I believe Hunziker was technically AFK last time, give us a revamp on what had happened last session?
All right, so we landed at the station after managing to save the plasmids. Remember that, Hunziker?
Yep.
So we docked there. We were greeted by a shipmaster, the dockmaster. We informed them that we found wreckage and a survivor, and everyone went fucking balloon. Like murmurs, whispering, people staring at us, that sort of stuff. Really, really weird. And on top of that, Nox kept inquiring, like, okay, good, is this bad? But never getting a straight answer out of anyone. Turns out they've been out in the
Wild space
for 2 weeks. And they retrieved the gal, they retrieved the dead, they thanked us profusely, and they said, please come by the leaky cauldron. Or is it the drippy cauldron?
Yeah.
I
hate
thing
you all.
that is not the turf lords.
The list is so long of all the fucking names you guys have come up with. It's just Drippy Barrel, but goddamn, keep going.
The drippy biscuit.
No. Go on.
The soggy wafer.
I hate all of you. Go on.
The wet fucking bread.
Goddamn. Anyway, so you're at so they invite you to the Drippy Barrel.
Callus.
The ineffective callus. Thank you.
Chalice.
You could have a religious theme one called the Holy Chalice.
The
Oh, I
fucking,
love it. I love it.
fucking colander.
And that's going to get written down.
The drippy barrel, I was right.
No, it's everything but that.
So evidently, Omiya 6 has a lot of competition of all people that have replicated kind of the same name, but not the same trademark. Just different barrels, variants of holders that leak.
The leaky phallus. Oh wait, that should be something else.
Excuse
Okay,
That's underneath the Holy Chalice. That's the Holy Chalice is the front, and that's actually the that's in the basement. You have to know the password.
They're an adult club.
I'm not just trying to picture what an adult plasmid club would look like, and I'm coming up blank,
It's
thankfully.
a lot of jiggling. There's so much jiggling.
It's probably really popular, honestly. Yeah,
It's
they
like-
can change sizes, right? So
Oh good god!
what?
Go on, please. So you guys were
Yes.
invited to the Drippy Barrel.
Yeah, as a thank you later that night, we decided that we needed to get some shopping and some things taken care of. So, and everyone that was part of the crew that is now part of the crew that wasn't needed to get some chirps. So, pretty much everybody except for Nox went to deal with bureaucracy. Nox went to go get supplies and food. The people dealing with bureaucracy, well, who wants to talk about that one? Because technically Nox wasn't there.
That will be Miss Naya and Roven, both of you. What happened on your turn?
They
Well,
tried.
we-
Go ahead. Sorry.
You go first.
They tried to force this infernal device on me. I have accepted to carry it. So, just for the sake of diplomacy, so that we can continue on. But I vow to lose this at the first opportunity.
He's very aware of trash cans. Miss Naya, what happened with you? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just pleased it came in green. I haven't had well, I can't say I haven't had a proper accessory in a while, but it's nice to get a new one that's also, useful.
You guys also had met an interesting friend who had vowed vengeance against Roven and party.
Yeah, I like him. I can respect that. I mean, this does not bode well in the future. We'll have to deal with this individual. I suspect he will make himself a nuisance in our coming days. We will either have to deal with him or move on.
I believe, Z, you called him the Space Karen.
Yes, the Space Karen.
Space
And,
Karen Kirk.
Space Karen named Kirk.
Oh, right. I forgot. He was James Tiberius.
I
Not
think
be fooled by his apparent incompetent nature. He could be hiding malicious intelligence that we're not aware of.
Or triples. He could be hiding also triples.
Always a possibility.
And to speak on the behalf of Ms. Vale, who was not here, she did spot some people that you guys saw in the Sable Correctional Facility and chased after them before they made their hiding space down in the delves below the city of Omiya. But that was pretty much what happened over on the bureaucracy side. Nix, what happened over on the resupply run?
So during the resupply run, Nox.
Apologies. Go on.
No, Nick and Nox. Oh, you can understand that. Nox went with Clank and Compression. The kind of caught up with what was going on. He met with the gentleman that had all the supplies. As he was leaving, another gentleman came out and offered to buy Clank. And, well, Nox politely declined him a number of times before subtly withdrawing his pistol from its holster and getting ready to shoot the man wherever he needed to get the point across that Clank was not for sale. With that, successfully returned back and regrouped with everyone in front of the Drippy Barrel. And I don't think anything happened outside the Drippy Barrel.
No, you guys discussed what had happened between the supply run and the bureaucracy. Clank was as appreciative as Clank can be in his wordless self, and Miss Amira was highly uninterested in hearing of any person that would want to purchase her second mate.
And
One thing to note is that Nox and one of the wetting cask proprietors were showing or were comparing utilities. Sorry, that one was.
Oh no, you're fine.
yeah, no, I'm
so,
trying to remember
yeah.
what?
You guys went into the Drippy Barrel.
Yeah.
And you kind of eyed down the current participants. You met the Chicken Wizard.
Ah, yes.
The Chicken Wizard has
The
Roman respect.
For the record, Hansaker, Chicken Wizard is a Kenku that is also happens to be a wizard, but he has taken the form of a chicken. So that's the context for that one. Anyway, you guys also happen to pick up on some familiar faces who are inside.
Yes, the warden and the guard that went and actually patted down Vale and took the prosperity spirit from her.
They had survived and made it off Sable, and were eerily uncomfortable to have seen that the people they had last seen were still alive.
Nox promptly bought them around and smiled to them and informed the bartender to let them know that here's to good health and good health and long lives, sort of thing. And they saw us and promptly made their exit.
A good old-fashioned fuck you, traditional.
Well, he didn't intend it to be a fuck you. He was being genuine about that.
The owner of the business, who presented herself as Mama Dex, her name being Rudex, then introduced her individual tenders to the tavern, all of which happened to be of plasmoid origin. majority of which familiar with each other in some way. She wanted to tell the party how much she appreciated everything that they had done in terms of bringing back the bodies of these fallen compatriots, their relationships to them. She mentioned how in wild space it's not uncommon to find a corpse. There's thousands, millions of bodies floating around. It is uncommon for people to take upon themselves to just bring them back home, even if it's so little as a stone's throw away. They may never see they may never even know if they'll ever be safe out there in the great sea of wild space. So it was a blessing for them to have done that. And while her daughter, Miss Anta, is resting, the owner has said that she has gone to the keeper and has requested a council meeting. I would like you all to participate as witnesses, not against you, just as witnesses, in 3 days' time. And until then, she said, your stay at the Leaky Tavern is all paid for, that you guys are extremely welcome. And she also handed you guys, I think she actually handed Miss Naya another bag similar to that of her own, but this one having an incredibly cold sensation. And on behalf of Matt Mercer, it is a bag of colding, which same thing as a bag of holding, but keeps your stuff incredibly cool. Inside containing 2 pounds worth of platinum, which I have calculated out to approximately 500 gold. This is what they were willing to offer for having gone through the process of bringing back their people. And yeah, otherwise, Mr. Hunziker, you had just arrived back after settling up with the ship. Miss Rudix had introduced herself to you, and you were like, that's Grant, that's great. That egg is hatching, and inside of your hands, there is a purple egg that is currently, you can see the edges prodding and prickling at the sides. And that is where our story will catch pace.
I take it Heinziger just walked in with egg in hand?
It's been about like 5 minutes.
Wait, where are we exactly? Sorry, we're at the inn?
We're at the Drippy Tavern.
Drippy Tavern. Sorry, I missed the name. Okay.
Drippy Barrel.
Drippy Barrels.
Drippy Barrel. Okay.
It's not a hard one, Sean. Why did you make it so difficult?
And I'm holding the space seal egg and it's hatching?
That is correct, sir. So, I will let you guys take it from here. What do you guys do?
I must say I was not quite expecting it to hatch this soon. Is anyone going to try to eat?
So like as I'm holding, like, you don't know what to do with it?
Put it in water.
I've never been a father. I don't really have any. I don't really have a big family, so I don't really know what to do with this. Crack.
Do dragonborns lay eggs?
Probably.
He doesn't even know himself. Oh dear.
I wasn't a biology major.
Well, conveniently.
Well, you see, and one dragonborn and a mommy dragonborn and a daddy dragonborn love each other very much.
Oh, good God.
I'm in the wrong mood to voice Roland today.
But yeah, you can see that the edges are starting to peel. You can see that there's definitely movement inside. As you hold it up to the light of the room, you can actually see what looks to be an incredibly transparent, tiny little eel pressing up against the edges as it tries to make its way out. It's about maybe the length of your hand in total, and just roughly around that time, Vale will offer to stab it if you like. It will go ahead and crack. And
What are
you'll-
the chances that you can
To eat
procure
right
a-
away? Does anybody know? Do I need to get some food for it?
Well, no, they not. Nox, what are the chances you can procure a box approximately 1 foot by 1 foot by 6 inches tall, open on top, and hopefully line it with some sort of soft material?
Probably got it like wrapped in like my cloak or something. Cloak.
Yes.
I love
There's a
the.
spare one on the ship.
I love the. How could you go ahead and Artificer? Can you go ahead and create something? I got a cloak on me. I can throw it over.
Nox will look at the people, the workers there, if anyone behind the bar. Is there a chance that you have a unused shipping crate that we can borrow?
Vila will kind of hear your request. It was him and Pew that were like looking out towards you guys, and he'll run back inside. They're all they think maybe it's for the food, though they don't know why they would need a whole new shipping container. But after a second, he'll run out and bring you probably a small pony keg.
Perfect.
Would I need to do like a, I don't know, can I do like a, some sort of check to see if it needs anything right when it's born, I guess?
You could do a nature check.
Yeah, I'm not good at that, but I'll do it. If anyone's willing to help me, that'd be great. Then I could have a...
If you allow
advantage.
me, I can assist with this.
I'll help out too. I'd like to think that in school we were taught the biology of some of these creatures.
Well,
You-
that's a
you know-
13. Oh wait, that's a 15 for me then.
Nox got 12.
I was gonna say, they taste good, and that they usually will eat the barnacles off your ship. If not, they're usually they are carnivorous.
Yes, but typically newborns are not ready to consume solid food right now when hatching.
And about the time that he comes up with the barrel, you can see that it starts to poke its head out, and you can see it starting to wiggle. It's trying to pull out of the gunk. The very little bit of an umbilicus is starting to pull away.
And I couldn't hear you there, Drew. Did you say it doesn't need to eat?
Typically newborns are depends on the species, but typically it's going to be exhausted from from hatching. So typically what you'll do is put them in a soft container and let them rest, because it takes a lot of energy to break out of the shell for most
Soft and
species.
warm because they can't self-regulate temperature for a while at hatching.
Precisely. So I was thinking a shipping container lined with some soft material such as a cloak or something like that.
Like wrapped in a cloak. And...
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is a bit of a waste of a spell slot, but all right. I'll cast Unseen Servant to carry the the box with the eel in it, as it's like and it's like holding it like, hello, baby. Are you? Do we name it? Did we name it? Does it have a name?
Can you give me a dexterity check to? Are you just putting the whole egg like while it's coming in, or are you like going to try to grab it once it comes out?
What, the eel?
Yeah,
I don't know what it's doing. So
it's
I just
pulling.
assume it's just kind of poking its head out. I don't know what it's doing.
It's pulling out, or trying to. For all intents and purposes, you guys are all predators.
Oh, we also could be its mother for all it.
I don't feel that space eels. I don't know their particular history, but if I'm just using eels, I don't think they usually have a very loving nursing relationship with mom. Just based on my personal view of eels.
I have no idea.
But you go ahead and pop it inside and close the lid. By the time that you close the lid, you just start to hear the immediate as it's kind of like banging up against the edges of the bucket, trying to maybe make an escape. They're usually used to, with a 15, I can tell you, they're usually used to not having to be near anything, because in the astral sea, there's usually nothing around except maybe an asteroid to several miles away. So this is probably a brand new environment to come out of one shell and then wake up in another shell.
It's a much bigger shell, considerably. It's quite an upgrade to an apartment.
Can you give me a history check there, Rovan?
You know, and I assume they're not smart enough to actually. I don't assume they don't speak language, but I can try to talk to be like, there's gravity here, baby. You're gonna have to wait till we can get you somewhere where you can float.
Rovan is unfamiliar with the history of this.
What'd you get?
3.
Kenku's getting a little choppy.
It does that.
Hey, do you have like a which setting do you have? Do you have a low latency or do you have performance?
I think it was just kind of. I think downloading the file, sometimes playing through Kenku, it gets unhappy.
Okay, I was gonna say there was like a setting in the settings. There's like a low latency one, and I found when I clicked that, then it seems to be a little less choppy. I could say it would make sense if I was trying to give you a bit of a hand. So I give you the help action on this, Rovan.
Any insight you have on this creature would be very much appreciated.
No, thank you. If you want to like re-roll,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that works much better. So, roll a 15 with the -1. That's 14 for history.
Similar results to that of what you got in your response. But after a short period of time, you do feel like the bonking slows down to a stop. You don't even really hear anything kind of rubbing against. It might just be floating inside of the bucket.
I'm unsure what diet these things might have, and
I'm guessing raw meat.
It just says barnacles, so I'm going with raw meat.
Yeah. Well, I suppose we could try and feed it.
If it's not a tameable species, we might just have to let it free out in the astral space. But I don't know. If anyone can speak to animals, I guess I tried talking to it in his mind, but I don't think it understands me.
It doesn't have a language, so I can't say it did.
Yeah, exactly.
Rovan will go take some meat off of the table and carefully hold it into the container, not allowing the creature to out. But
I lift up the lid for you.
Yeah, something like that.
You go ahead and put the food inside, and you hear the little bit of the split as it. I was gonna say it's not a splat; it's sort of like a split as it hits the bottom. But there's no real response for the moment. Your bucket is your barrel is a barrel, and Vila will return back now, seeing that you guys have seemingly done something. He's like, I'll bring you more food.
Possibly if you could, some raw food that's finely minced up. They might not have teeth yet, or might.
He looks at Hunziker. No, he looks like he has teeth.
We just witnessed the birth of new life. Just in general. My friend here has very, very sharp teeth. Trust me, I found that out a few times.
He rolled low on his perception, so he didn't get to really understand it. So he's like, okay, all right. Walks into the back, starts asking Pew to go find something raw. And after a very short period of time, they will come back with some bits of space guppy that you can see are more or less so appetizing.
I guess Rovan will attempt to feed the space guppy to the...
Are you just dropping more food in, or are you just kind of like holding it?
I think I'll attempt to hold it. Or Rowan will attempt to hold it.
Nox is going to quickly step away for a bio break.
Give me a animal handling check. You wiggle it enough that you pick up that it has latched onto the other end and is seemingly beginning what little pull it has left on it.
Rowan will wiggle and pull back slightly.
And so begins a very delicate tug of war of space guppy meat.
Excellent. Eventually, Rowan will let the eel win.
You go ahead and close the lid back down, and somewhere inside, as you kind of listen in, you can hear the squish of what sounds like possibly eating.
And Nox is back.
Nox, we have fed the eel.
Congratulations! We might now have a personal cleaning pet for our ship.
Space eels usually avoid confrontation with larger creatures unless the eel is starving. These 5-foot-long scavengers might trail a spell ship and then feed on the barnacles that attach to the hull. Wild space hunters tend to try to catch and kill the eels for meat, a task easier described than accomplished.
Excellent.
And yeah, all right. Let's see here. Naya, do you do anything?
Right now, she's just watching the watching the show, so to speak. So
Even Amira and Clank are kind of like, was this a good idea? And you just hear from Clank as usual. Yeah, I agree. Hunziker, do you do anything? You guys are free to eat and do whatever. It's
I get a meal, but I also just help. My unseen servant's holding the box with the eel in it, so I just help feed it.
Nox is going to start digging in, eating some. A few hours before the festivities start, right?
Yeah, I would say. I think you guys arrived right around 3:00, so you have plenty of time.
Festivities? What's going on?
Oh, Heinziger, when we arrived here on the ship, you were busy tending to things under deck. I guess some sort of celebration is being had for us for bringing back the dead family members for this.
Oh, that's nice, I guess.
Well, I'm trying to understand what exactly is going on. They've been kind of cagey about it, but what I understand is just a big thank you. They held their funeral 2 weeks ago, or was it 2 weeks, or was it a week?
The party had been missing for about 2 weeks, but they did explain that they had already held the funerals. Now they have at least bodies to bury, and one such that you actually saved.
Hopefully the government doesn't come after her for attempting to evade taxes. I've heard that death is a great way of tax evasion.
Oh, I should hope not. Gracious.
And bureaucracy is bureaucracy.
I suspect that not even death can save you from taxes.
No greater words have ever been said. So the party continues to enjoy themselves. You guys enjoy your meals. Compression a couple times picks up a fork and tries to understand the food in front of him. Clank will come over and be like, no, we don't do that. And once again, he's like, but they put it in front of it. No, we don't need to do that. Even though they keep like stacking plates in front of compression at the same time. And you guys will happily eat your fill. And as the night continues, as things get later, you do notice more people starting to actually come on in. And as people are come on in, people who saw you at the port will actually kind of walk up to you a couple times and try to introduce themselves. Not a lot of them. First of all, you don't know any of them. I was originally going to be like, not a lot of them you know. You don't really know any of them, but they all kind of introduce themselves from different companies. Some of them will be like, hi, we're from like Red Lion. Hi, we're from Black Bear. A couple of the people are just going to tell you that, hey, we're traders. We're really great to see you. Thank you so much. We heard about what you guys did. Word's already been spreading around about. But as the night continues on, you see more and more people come in for the usual food and drink. They actually see that a significant portion of food has been brought out. They will happily offer a cheering thanks to you guys as they come through. The usual patrons making their way to the bar to enjoy their nightly drinks as eventually 8 o'clock comes around.
Nox will be happily gabbing to anyone he can and just casually chatting, trying to understand the life here a little bit better. Huh?
That is not the right one.
I was gonna say, yeah, has enough to go up on stage yet, but yeah.
But Misa will go ahead and go between the patrons and just kind of offer food and drink where they are. People will kind of start to take things in. But as I said, you guys are becoming very popular as people kind of come up, ask you guys about your adventures or, what stories you're willing to tell. You definitely pick up more of the public eye.
Nox isn't hesitant to talk, but doesn't share too much, especially since he distinctly leaves out being anywhere close to the prison that was estimated.
Wise plan. Wise plan.
Yes, you had only just heard about the authorities, Hunziker, having arrived at the prison and not finding many survivors or any at this point. Hunziker heads outside. Hunziker, what are you doing?
I can't see anything inside, so I was like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I could see things, but now everything changed. I was like, oh, I guess maybe I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
hold on.
Like, I guess
you
I
are
see things.
currently outside.
Even inside, can't see anything inside. There we go.
There we go.
Bloody DM.
This darkness thing sucks. Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait. Do I detect if we suddenly had magically been blinded?
You'll see there's a couple people that actually be playing instruments at this particular time. But otherwise, yeah, the night is still yours of your choice. Festivities will continue unless anyone wants to do anything in particular.
Is the plasmid available, the one that has all the guns?
Pew.
Yes, Pew.
He is in the kitchen.
Okay, Nox gonna look.
Are you gonna pick him out when he comes out to bring food, or are you just kind of like?
Nox would like to have a chat with him at some point, but if he is currently working, Nox knows better than to distract those that are working, especially if they're hosts.
Okay. Hello there, Miss Vale. Just to let you know, your egg had hatched, and they immediately stuck it in a box, and you guys have been feeding it, and you guys are now at the festivities, and people gather around. People have been paying for your drinks. People have been asking you guys about your stories, so business has been pretty much kicking up a little bit.
Sadly, for what it's worth, she still isn't.
Oh, she isn't? Okay,
No.
I guess she just kind of popped in.
Yeah.
Rovan, do you do anything?
Rovan is doing his best to melt into the background and not be seen by anybody.
Staying as quiet and comfortable as possible without making an appearance. I like it.
Can
Very
Rovan roll for
sensible.
edginess?
Yes, Rovan, roll for edginess with stealth.
That's dexterity, right?
That is dexterity.
Rovan gets 16 for edginess.
You are melding in quite well. Some people will even be around to be like, we heard there was another one of your companions, and you quickly kind of just slide into the shadows, and nobody really seems to pay much attention to you.
Incredible.
Miss Naya, do you do anything?
Hmm.
You can eat, you can leave, you can sleep, you can do whatever you're interested in.
Presumably we've already eaten, so about what time is it at this point?
We're now at 8 o'clock.
A little early to turn in, but she's going to absentmindedly rustle around in her bag of holding a little bit and be like,
Are you grabbing for anything in particular?
she's going to pull out her lute and just start idly twiddling with it, making sure it's in tune and everything, checking for scratches and what have you. Considering like going up on, like, she's sort of eyeing the entertainment to see if they're, nearing a break and considering offering to hop in for a set or two.
Well, based on the ambient music that I hope you guys can hear right now, ambient
Right
sound.
now it's actually quite silent.
It just ended.
Well, do you guys hear what sounds like a fire going?
Yeah, people talking, fire.
Okay, yes. So they are on break right now.
All right. Well, she's going to go over, be like, and ask how long they would like the break to be, and if they would mind if she hops up and does a set or two. Should I? I'm going to see if would my feet be applicable here?
Your feet would definitely be applicable here.
All right, so I'm gonna roll. It was a D100 call high or low.
Yes, essentially a D100 call high or low.
I'm gonna go with low this time.
Gonna go low.
Good call, I guess.
Ooh.
So you go ahead and approach these individuals and you say, hey, can I go ahead and, give you guys a bit of a break? And as you are... My sincerest apologies.
Oh, not at all.
I was looking for one file.
If you find something with lyrics, I will actually sing along for the sake of shenanigans, I guess. But then again, no, the timing would be all off with the Discord delay, alas.
You go ahead and mention that, hey, can I give it a shot? And immediately people look at the two individuals who look at you are almost kind of starstruck, and they're like, are you Combe? Like the Illinois Combe?
I mean, yes.
That-
I'm going to say that's her stage name. It's only a little switch up from her name, which is Lunia, but it's, yeah. That's a good stage name, actually. Let's go with that.
And it's these two gentlemen here, by the way. But they would be like, this is, and one of the guys is kind of like punching his side. We heard her that time when we were in Ravenhold. We did we? No, dude. She can play. Please, just what? Can we support you at all? Can we play with you?
I'd be delighted, but first take your break. Like, there's no sense, hurting your hands or anything.
They both look. We're like, we play flute. We'll hurt our hands as long as we need to. Where do you want to go to play?
Let's see. Is there an actual stage or just sort of a corner or like?
You could go over by the fireplace if you like.
All right, yeah. Sort of backlit, little bit dramatic. She is, after all, a bard. She's going to, let's see. Well, it's all about the drama, isn't it? So she's going to use prestidigitation to sort of tint the flames to a cooler shade, sort of maybe give it a little bit of. I'm not actually, I'm not good at colors personally, but I know she would be, so she's going to be like, oh yes, the lighting is, well, it could be due to be a little brighter, so she's going to, well, not
Change
brighter.
it to fuchsia.
Mood lighting. Mood lighting.
Yeah, mood lighting. Yeah, she's going to. I don't know if fuchsia would be necessarily.
It's.
I'd go blue.
Yeah, I was actually thinking blue myself, like sort of tint of blue, maybe. We'll go with purplish blue, like set the flame.
Oh, that'd be so cool. You could have like low violet at the bottom, and then like Bunsen burner blue as you get to the middle, and then like ice blue as you get to the top. And I'm sorry if everybody can hear my signal lights, by the way.
Not
You're
at all,
fine.
not at all. Just drive safe. But yeah, no, she's going to do that, and then she's going to like. Now, there's no sense making it smell like anything, because we're in a tavern. There's already the smell of food and everything. It would get a little muddled, so. No, she's just going to go with that and maybe sort of mute the crackling a little bit so the music comes through clearer.
Okay. And as you are also getting ready, and you see that the two, performers will go ahead and get behind you to play, you actually notice Misa, one of the other ones who kind of, one of the other plasmoids who you had met earlier, kind of approach and be like, can I offer help in any way? I have something to offer.
Okay. Nia looks up from her lute and is like, if you'd like, sure. I mean, I'm just here to, entertain a little bit. I haven't done this in a while.
She'll be like, okay, I'll be right back. And she actually runs out of the room. I'm not going to move her character right now because it requires me to hit buttons. But she runs out of the room. And you can hear like the stamping upstairs where she seems to be like going in between her room and somewhere else. And when she comes back, right next to you, she puts down a pot. And the pot seems to have like this little mushroom in it.
Nia sort of crouches down and peers at it. Well, hello there. Nice to meet you.
The mushroom is it has little eyes, but for the sake of this conversation, I'll say it doesn't. But it just kind of sits there. You will notice though that as you hear some of the looters kind of prepare their instruments, it starts to kind of wiggle a little bit with you.
Oh.
Lutenist.
Yeah, looters sounded like this place is being pillaged now.
Well, now it's getting pillaged.
I think there's a flutist, and she's a lutist.
Flautist and a lutenist.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Stop floating
Sorry.
your flute.
I don't have one.
Oh.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yep.
I've been making blower jokes all day.
Oh God.
I will let you know it gives you a +2 to your performance.
Oh, cool. Nia gives her lute a little strum and just watches how the mushroom reacts, just to, get herself used to the idea of what this thing does.
It's very tiny, sitting in a pot no bigger than 5 pounds. But as you strum your lute, you notice that it is constantly swaying and humming. Each creature within 5 feet of the jester cap gains a +2 to their performance checks of singing and dance.
Well, that is delightful. All right. Okay, so she sort of smiles and stands up, adjusts the strap of her lute across her shoulders, looks behind her.
People start panicking. There's a zombie on the lawn.
There's a zombie
Do they even have
on
lawn?
the lawn. We don't want zombies on the
I mean,
lawn. No, but
do you-
no.
Sorry, that's what came to mind when I heard dancing mushroom.
Do 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 do.
Go ahead and give me your performance check, Miss.
Oh, sure. Give me a moment. Let me find.
Please tell me you have a mushroom dice. want mushroom dice.
I'm actually going to say Misa is actually so entertained she actually wants to come over and watch. Not because she thinks you're going to fail, but she really wants to hear you play.
Alright. Okay. Sorry, I'm just finding my hacking character sheet. I'm having one of those times.
Hey, you got a mushroom. You can't roll less than, I don't know.
Less than a 2.
Oh. I was going to be a little bit more excited about that, but okay, let's put it in really stark failure.
I'll say that the two guys behind you are helping you, so you can go ahead and re-roll as well if you like.
Sure.
Take advantage.
Nice. Well, you know what? I'll take it. That's a 15.
So, you go ahead. And you may sing if you like, ma'am.
Soldier came knocking upon the queen's door. He said, I am not fighting for you anymore. And the queen knew she'd seen his face someplace before. Slowly she led him inside. Sorry, I'm not gonna sing the whole thing. It's been a long time. I don't know if I remember.
Hey, you're all good.
Woo! Oh, you got this.
That was awesome.
So it's like
Vale looks up and goes, well, I guess she can sing. Vale, who just magically appeared out of nowhere and will probably disappear when she gets home.
You start to play your lute, and you feel that the ambience in the room changes as eyes immediately turn towards your direction. And as you move through the song and dance, you feel your magic kicking in through your fingers. How do you display your magic?
let's see. She's gone from sort of a slightly mournful ballad into something a little more upbeat, and it's a tavern and they want to have fun, so she's going to I'm thinking it's going to be sort of almost a wash of spring breeze, but the flowers and the leaves carried on it are insubstantial, sort of golden tinged. There's flecks of golden dust floating around and through them, and it swirls around the room. The candle flames don't gutter because it's not actually a real wind. It's just but it smells like a waft of spring breeze just sort of sweeps around the room. The faint rustle of leaves and yeah.
Don't forget, this is a celebration of life too.
Hence,
This
that's why
is.
spring and not autumn.
Yep.
So you go ahead and play, and the room immediately lights up, and you can start to tell as the song progresses, the room gets more and more filled. I don't have any more tokens, but I can tell you that people are starting to kind of come inside when they hear the sounds playing out of the drippy barrel. You guys are starting to become the night of the light of the town, if you will. Mama Rudix and Misa had to go back to start helping with the room. As you hear people starting to cheer and laugh and enjoy. As the night continues to go on, you draw more and more of a crowd. As business starts to continue to boom, you can see that even Pew and Rudy have had to start to ruin tables in between their shift. But you continue to play on your lute. You feel comfort in yourself as well as into your play. As you're going on through. Does anyone else do anything while watching?
Trying to think what Nox would be doing right around now. I think Nox is just busy eating. Oh. Quick question, DM. Would the project that Nox has been working on be finished by now?
Yes, the project is done.
Okay, so I gotta wait. All right.
Yeah, I meant yes. You complete it.
Yeah. No, I just gotta wait for somebody to show up now. Otherwise, Nox is going to record some of this music with his magical tinkering. He's going to record it with one of his little stones that he has. At least it's going to be a 6-second long snippet of it, but he has plans for it. And he might he might record 3 of these snippets. But
Okay,
that's it.
recording with 3 snippets. Vale, you'll have to go ahead and file a copyright claim later. Sorry, not
Vale
Vale.
is-
My apologies, I meant Miss Naya.
So, what?
Jesus, I was just worried about whether the dog was in the backyard or not.
Oh,
Oh.
goodness.
Oh, that means she's almost home.
Okay.
I'm home. Hi.
I
Oh,
don't.
hi.
I
Let me
don't,
get in the damn house.
I don't see you in the window yet, and no, Sadie's inside.
Thank God. All right, sorry. Continue.
Hunziker, do you do anything during the nightly enjoyment and performance?
No, I don't think so. Just kind of hanging out and chatting and listening to Naya play and all that. Yeah, nothing specifically. Just kind of chatting with people and kind of getting to know some of the people here, I guess.
Can everybody and Naya, I'm going to give you advantage on this one. Can everyone roll me a 1d20?
Sure.
Just a straight up 1d20.
Just a straight up
I-
1d20.
Looks like
That's a
That's a
2d20. Oh.
4.
Oh, I see what you did. I see the two. Okay, I was like 28. I did say 1d20. No, now I see what my mistake was.
Oh, no fuss. He said with advantage, so I just rolled both at once, and
Yes,
away we go.
Nox rolled a 12.
12. You and Hunziker, you got a 4.
Yeah.
Would you roll for Miss Vale there?
Give me half a second. 8. Eesh, my dice are rolling low today. I'm not happy with them.
It'll be the way that it is sometimes.
Indeed, indeed.
Yep. Huh?
As you guys
Oh,
are playing,
I got a 12, you got an 8.
The table itself makes, so it was 4 plus 8 plus a 12 plus a 7. The table, you guys actually collectively over time collect 31 pieces of gold. And Naya, you making tips, you're 16.
That's quite nice, actually. Yeah, some thanks to the crowd. You know.
Alright, so the table made how much, sorry? 36?
You guys made 31 in total
I
from
put,
your collective rolls.
I put 31 into the ship's amount right now, so we can distribute that later.
But yeah, the night fades off as the crowd. We'll wait till Miss Vale finishes joining us in case she had anything she wanted to do real quick. But
Hurry,
yeah,
hon.
anyone? Oh, Rovan, what are you doing as things start to pick up more?
Thinking further into the wall.
You are nearly completing mold Earth or meld with Earth, but now meld with wall.
Yeah, Nox is gonna be watching Rovan as he tries to disappear further and further into the shadows, just chuckling to himself.
You could leave if you want, Rovan.
I have nowhere to go.
You could go to your room has been prepared for you.
I would much prefer to remain here and observe.
He likes a social activity. He just is trying to deny it.
There, Nox, you do notice Pew coming out more and more. Do you want to ask him anything?
If he doesn't look busy, then sure. But if he's looking like he's trying to keep business going and whatnot, Nox is not in a hurry. He just wants to talk weapons with them.
I would say that you do notice him at one point kind of slowing down. He seems to take a glass of water and just kind of puts it into his own face and then pulls the glass back out.
Like, he literally just shoved it into his face.
Yes.
Oh god,
And
that
then
is
and then pulled
disconcerting as
the
fuck.
and then pulled the cup out without the water.
Cup, enter face. God, I hate to see what he does when he needs to read something. Nox at that point is going to go up to him, smile, and just, Good sir, do you have a moment?
Yes.
I would just like to chat with you a bit about your weapons. They are quite robust.
You see immediately he arms himself, his 4 pistols up. Guns of different variety.
Nox will pull out his and offer his pistol for him to inspect, and then his rifle. The pistol is something that Nox had created himself. Nothing too remarkable, but...
You do notice that the one that he pulls out when you go ahead and hand your personal pistol. Let me get it for you real quick. I had not known I was going to pull out this year early, so that's fine.
Uh-huh.
Oh crap! Do I not have it ready?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
evidently I don't
prepared.
have a. I know. So what he pulls out in front of you looks to be like a long-barreled rifle. Is the one he prefers most to hand off. As you kind of look it over, you notice that the barrel itself shows evidence of cracks. That seem to be seeping with different shades of light. And at the very top, where the drawback, please help me with the word for a top of where you pull back on the
slide?
The slide, you notice that there's a large globe. And inside this globe looks to be what appears to be a horn.
Nox is definitely going to inspect that. Quite curious.
Go ahead and do a nature check.
Oh, that's a 17. Okay, 1 sec, and my
Nice.
nature is... Oh, damn. 22.
Nice. Very
You can
good.
determine that inside of this dome is the horn of a bahir, which is a large, multi-armed lizard creature capable of firing lightning. And he'll explain to you over the course of time, as he's also equally inspecting and getting very excited about your gun, that the weapon is capable of doing large amounts of electrical damage. He was actually gifted to him by one of the keeper's daughters.
Would you mind if I jot down a few notes about this? I'd like to recreate it if I can.
He'd absolutely welcome you to do so.
Thank you very much. If I'm able to recreate this, I would happily like to make something for you. We can discuss it later. Weapons excite me. I'm sorry. I need laughter.
If I could bubble my voice, I would. But he more than is excited by anyone who's interested in weapons just as much as he is, and is more than willing to let you go ahead and take his rifle back to the table as he finishes inspecting yours, to asking you about the quality, the barrel, the caliber itself, what the general firing power is. He'll kind of go into those little bits with you. You are geeking out with him as much as possible about guns.
Wonderful. And the other cool thing is Nox kind of gives him a wink when he asks about the caliber, because the pistol is currently enchanted with his non-reloading. God damn it. I can't remember what the fuck it's called right now. Repeating shot infusion. So Nox will explain that, like, right now it's standard caliber, but I don't need to reload it. I have a few trinks up my sleeve when it comes to that sort of.
He'll explain to you that he is very jealous of you because he would love to know magic. He is actually a fighter. He's a gunslinger. But he was not gifted with magic as some had prior. That's why he has to make up with it with magical weapons themselves. He'll actually show that his other 2 pistols that he carries, each individually do, one does ice fire and one does ice type of freezing damage. But the gun that he has handed to you is something he is most proud of. He got it for helping the city during a great swine release.
Would there be someone around here that constructs these things? I'd like to meet them and maybe even buy some supplies from them.
He definitely say yes. There is. He mentioned to you that the keeper's daughter was the one who actually designed the weapon, and they stay up at the spire. But otherwise, he said you'd also possibly want to talk with the portmaster if you want. I believe they're related.
Oh, yes, actually. I spoke to the portmaster already. I saw some machinations that she had access to, and she said talk to her sister. Would you be able to point to me where I could... You said spire, right?
Yep, he would actually he'd go over to like the window and point at the big fuck off tall lighthouse structure in the center of the city that you guys have been watching light and energy kind of pass inside.
Fantastic. Yes, I will definitely be seeking an audience with her fairly soon here. Thank you. Would you happen to know a person, anyone here that deals with gunpowder and such, like, or is it everything just talk to her?
He'd say that you could definitely find gunpowder at the market, but otherwise, that's where probably you'd find most of the ore that's been refined.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to speak with you about such wonderful things. We must go shooting some point.
He'd be more than excited to do so with you.
Fantastic.
And yeah, unless you had any other parts.
No, that is Nox definitely happy and working on a few of his side jobs that he's looking forward to.
Well, unless anyone else has anything in particular, I think it's okay for us to have our first bio break.
All right. Do you want to do anything before we do bio break, hun? He just sat down, so Vale should be in very, very soon.
Anyone else want to do anything before we do bio break?
Open is good.
No, not that I can think of.
No, I think we're all right.
All right, then we'll do a quick 5-minute bio break.
I can. Right here.
Yes, Vale suddenly showed up.
Okay, I hear
What?
myself.
Well, yes, I'm sorry that my system isn't set up enough that I can... Fuck.
Fine, just...
Vale has no idea what the hell's going on, so Vale doesn't have any comments right now.
Well,
We'll fill you in. Let's everyone do a bio break.
Cool. Bio break, and I got nothing to say, I guess.
Oh, I was going to say, I can ask you now if you're interested.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Naya is playing a kick-ass house right now. People are flooding in to listen to her. The room is filled with people to listen to her and the 2 performers from behind. Otherwise, at this moment, you guys have successfully hatched the egg, which Rovan has been politely feeding Guppy meat for the last several hours. Otherwise, everyone's basically having a good time. You guys actually got paid a little bit of money for people actually gave you donations.
Yes, I did catch that.
Well,
Nox is going to look at Vale,
reach into
his
his
pocket,
and hold
out a tiny little skull for her.
This is
for your prosperity spirit.
Thank you.
He has handed you a tiny little metal skull.
Vale is confused, but also feels as though she should potentially not pull her spirit out at the moment in case he decides to go disappearing from her pocket. So... This is, lovely, Nox. Thank you. Wow.
So describe it,
it's a steel skull, right? think I said steel.
I believe you did say steel.
Now
it is
it is very ornate. It has beautiful engravings. There's it's sunken in for the eyes. The mouth is very much machined out. Nothing too scary about it. It's very non-menacing.
With
it has some light enchantments. So there's a prestidigitation enchantment on it.
What for?
So
that the spirit feels like interacting. If he understands that much, he's able to blow smoke out of its nose, fire from the eyes, anything that prestidigitation can do, that can come through the skull.
That's fucking adorable. Well, thank you, Nox. Maybe not at the moment, but I will definitely introduce this to the spirit, and hopefully he'll use it, because this looks incredible. Thank you.
My pleasure.
She'll pocket it.
I think if you put it in the pocket with him, he might try and put it on. Don't know though. But
I don't know either, and I'm going to put it in the other pocket, mostly because Vale is still opening her character sheet and can't remember anything that's going on, so... We'll do this in a minute. I haven't even leveled up.
just roll your...
Oh, I thought you did level up.
Nope.
She hasn't
She hasn't
yet.
done the work yet for it.
I literally sat down and turned my computer on. I haven't even got, like, frickin' Discord open on my computer yet.
Oh, hi. Yee.
Shall we use
Shall
the
we use the
battle
battle break then?
I'm assuming there's an animal that has just hopped up on Zahira's lap.
Oh no, that was just me making noise. To the sake of Mickey and Francis, they've just been making bird noises.
Naturally.
Oh, actually, it is bedtime for the Scream Chickens. I'll be back.
Time for the what? The hell was
The
that?
hell was that?
I'll be back.
Is that a dog?
Dog's outside.
Hunziker,
Yeah.
quick question to you.
Sure.
Did you level your character?
Yeah.
And what did you level your character with?
Oh, you know what? I haven't figured out, I haven't done, like, the feat or ASI yet.
Okay, but are you changing classes, or are you still
Oh, it'll be the same. Yeah. No, just going wizard.
Okay, noted.
Yeah, just going wizard.
Thank you.
So I honestly have no idea what my original proficiencies were, so this is gonna be fun.
You're gonna do great. By the way, Nova, I don't know if you're Knox. I don't know if you're still here. I did send you a picture of what the weapon looks like.
I will relay that to him.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Oh, D8? Yeah, oh fuck, you're good. Good. Yep. And then 2, and then add...
I think I can also tell you, effectively, Pew would have let you know that he had heard that the horn had been acquired from somewhere down in the delves, but otherwise he was very appreciative to have retrieved it, and that he'll give you the contact person was her name. I have a key now. I have to like look because names get hard. The girl's name was Yai Grandspell.
And she is a artificer, and that's the sister of the dockmaster.
That is the sister of the dockmaster, and he's unaware if she is in fact a artificer.
Sorry, say that again?
He is unaware if she is an artificer.
Okay, no, Nox would know because the dockmaster did tell him that the...
Well, then there's the answer.
Want to order? Yeah. Orders?
Is everyone back?
I'm here.
Or do you want... Yeah.
That's one. I know.
Present.
That's two. That's three. I believe.
I'm here, but we're probably going to order food, so...
Okay. And then we have Gary. All right, everyone's back. So the night has calmed down. A couple people still remain, but overall everything's kind of rested, come to a rest. The food was delicious. The smells were wonderful. The performance was out of this world, literally and figuratively. But you see that they're mostly just cleaning up tables at this point. They have given you guys 2 room keys if you like. But otherwise, you're free to retire to wherever you like. You can stay here. You could go back to your ship if you want.
So no one said anything to us about the party. There wasn't any speeches or discussions. It was just a festival, more or less.
It was more of a celebration for the return. Gotcha. Of Anta. You would have heard people actually ask about and approach Rudex often to ask her how she feels, and she'll tell you about the or you heard her discussing about the family, how tragic it was. But they're happy that the family is now at rest, that they properly buried them, and that they've visited the local temples. But otherwise, they're just happy to be as it is. People have actually asked to see how is Anta doing. They said she is doing much better. She is speaking right now, so she is able to communicate. But otherwise, she is not taking any unknown visitors.
So okay, so the gal is alive, or not alive? She's awake. She's whatnot, and she's just resting in her room. Is that?
That is correct. Okay. She so for the record there, Hunziker, because I know you weren't here. So she was at stage 5 of exhaustion. So she was very much at the brink of no longer being with us. But you guys were able to pull her out. So it's going to take her a few days to kind of. It takes, I think, 1 long rest per to get rid of different levels of exhaustion. So she's gaining her strength back, but she is communicating, and she is just in rest.
So before anyone goes to any of the parties goes too far, Nox will kind of, if everyone's around the table, just be like, okay, and if anyone isn't around the table, wait for them to come back. But it's like, hey, can we have a quick chat, please? Is Naya back?
Yeah, what I need.
Yep, I'm here. She's been bustling around, probably helping bust the occasional table because,
Oh, you're so kind.
I mean, it's kind of a clusterfuck in here. You chip in where you can.
You guys even got an additional head nod, by the way, by the Chicken Wizard.
Ooh. I'm surprised Robin hasn't picked up a seat quietly.
I hate you a little bit more, and I need you to now roll damage. Go on.
GM, lay an egg, for God's sake.
I despise you all. Go on.
So, friends, now that everything's wrapped up, we have 3 days here before we are required to, well, have been requested to be part of this council as witnesses. I feel like gold is important to all of us, and we are ship afloat. So finding some source of income is a bad idea. I would like to try and find some suppliers for purchasing ingredients and materials so that I can start maintaining a working facility upon our ship so I can start crafting us all supplies as we need to, and maybe selling a few things, trying to make a profit.
That is an excellent idea.
I have heard that the area under lower depths is not
The
friendly.
Underdark. The Underdark.
It's
The delves.
Delves. Not
That's
quite
Underdark
friendly.
territory. It's Underdark territory, but go on.
I'm mostly curious. What do people want to do? We need to have a game plan, I think. Prudent for us not just to wander around aimlessly while we're here. We have a new life that we are all leading.
And trying to figure out where we all fit, in it together.
Indeed.
What do you guys think? How does this make you feel?
We need money.
So right now, I'd say we're feeling pretty broke then, yes.
We have a fairly substantial discretionary income, just under 3,000 gold for the ship, and then whatever we have personally.
That won't be enough.
No, but it will at least last us for a while. We're not.
And have we actually gone in and bought supplies?
Yes.
Remind me, have we done that?
I carried them back to the ship personally.
That
Thank
helps.
you for your diligence.
Yeah, well, I guess the question becomes like, what type of if we're gonna do work, what kind of work we would like to do. We could transport things, or if like we're looking to meet up with a larger organization, I guess that's something that we have to take into consideration. And I guess the other question is, are we doing anything else with that prophecy and all that? Do we want to try to figure any of that out, or to get any leads on that? I don't know. It's just sitting in the back of my mind there.
If I recall, Amira did say that there was a location for us to explore, but I can't quite remember what you said.
Well, there's that library. There was that library that was but it was quite far away.
About a month's travel. Now, how much supplies did we get?
Amira would have stepped up or not stepped up, but would have told you that collectively you guys should have enough supplies to get there. The complications is obviously getting into orbit without getting into trouble, as there are some civilizations that live within the tunnels below Borth Noon's outer carapace. Inner carapace. But the drone antagonists that do live above do not take kindly to ships coming through and usually fire upon them pretty easily. It would be a fight going in, and then obviously collecting anything, we'd have another fight coming back out. She's willing to look into some solutions if you'd like her to.
Oh, so these are not friendly lands. Stunning.
It's been like that for at least the last 100 years that she's know of.
Something is wrong in this area as well. A friend of ours that we met. Where was the prison again, Jim?
Sable Corrections.
Thank you. A friend of ours that we met very briefly at Sable.
Wait.
Do you remember the gal sitting right before we went into that room? Do you remember the gal sitting in the cell?
Yes, right beside the door to the right. Quietly.
Yeah. She and I don't know her, but she's here.
That's more.
Huh.
You went after me, Naya. You went after me when I saw her and I took after her.
That was her.
That was
didn't
her.
recognize her.
She was with others. But
Huh.
That's 3 groups that have survived the crash. At this point, I presume we're all whispering.
She said one thing. She said stay together, and the inclination that I got was very much there's something not right. And honestly, I'm one of those who believes that maybe we should look into the things that we've seen in the past before they come systematically to come and bite us in the ass.
That's a good plan, I think.
Like, you mean the weird fungus stuff?
Oh, Heisinger. I guess it should be noted that there was a TV
Incoming.
broadcast that of corrections facility. I believe the broadcast said that there was no resurrectable survivors.
They'll turn around. Milady, how can we help you?
My apologies. I'm so terribly sorry to you. As she goes ahead and puts a large drink down in front of you there, Vale, and goes, I couldn't help it over here, but please, ours is better. Please don't visit them.
I'm sorry?
Oh, you mentioned stay together. I hope you didn't mean that the...
No. Separating rooms are perfectly fine.
She kind of turns, she goes, you're not talking about the tavern, are you? Stay Together Tavern.
Oh.
My lady, we are newcomers to this area, and honestly, I had no knowledge that there was a tavern, anything at all.
Oh. And she kind of cleans a glass in front of you, and she goes, Stay Together Tavern is one of the delves that went ahead and get... Oh, yes, you haven't been here. The delves are a series of tunnels that run underneath the city. When they have been cleared out, because a majority of the city couldn't expand on top of the asteroid, they went below. So those tunnels that were able to be cleared out, I mean, they've been taken over by homes and local businesses. And one of them happens to be Stay Together Tavern. They're a bit of a competitor with us, but we usually like to keep our grounds. We are above and then below. But otherwise, they do steal competition from us. They do make a good wine.
I can assure you that we are not intending to insult you in any way, but I think there are a few people down there. So.
Oh.
Honestly,
Well,
because of the fact that we may venture that way does not at all mean that we would change our locale, as you have been nothing but kind to us, and also, I prefer to stay up above ground when I need to sleep. Generally, anyway.
Noted, and thank you. And if you do happen to go down there, their seasonal brews are not that good. I'm just saying this out loud. As she turns and immediately leaves.
Don't
Thank
worry,
you for
don't
the
worry.
recommendations.
So.
Was it a tavern? I couldn't tell.
Well, tavern or not, it's clear that suggestion really for you to keep them there.
Was it a meeting place or was it a suggest?
What did the
Another thing
offer?
I do want to bring up though is that like I guess that there was like a broadcast that said there's no survivors. Well, the statistics are always misleading. Like really, if you think about like technically we don't count in that because we didn't come forward to authorities. So there could be a lot of people living, but if you don't find them, then they're not survivors, right?
Oh, quite right, Heisinger. But still, those that escaped, because now, granted, Amira was suitably distracted, trying to save our asses. She did not report any ships off, and that's a bit of a concern for me.
I only really got to see from the one side. Unfortunately, there was a lot of explosions and terrible things out there that there could have been more that went on that I didn't see. And she kind of issues towards the gentleman you mentioned earlier. Evidently, there have been ones that slipped by me.
You are no way responsible, Amira. You can only see what you saw, and I don't expect perfection from you. Don't know about the rest of our companions. You know me well enough by now. That was supposed to be it.
Rovan, how do you feel?
Rovan is indifferent. He's slightly annoyed at this delay from keeping him to his work, but
What,
he's
may I ask,
not-
where is your work? Oh, shit. Sorry, never mind.
he's keeping quiet, and as you look, you can swear that the wooden texture of the wall is starting to the skin is starting to match the wooden texture of the wall.
There's a perfect imprint of where the gold dust and effects of Naya's playing had kind of done an outline of where Rovan was up against the wall.
That's actually exactly how I pictured it.
If I may,
As if there's a lack of fun right there.
a brooding outline. Well, I guess I should also ask for anyone wish to get off this ship. All have lives before. Be happy to drop anyone off wherever they be. Better?
At the moment, your goals align more or less with mine. Should this change, I will extricate myself, but at the moment, it would take more energy and effort to remove myself from this party.
Well, you are most definitely welcome, Rovan, and the assistance you have been able to grant us has been incredibly appreciated. I hope one day you're comfortable sharing with us your goals. We can assist you like us.
Perhaps, Artificer, perhaps.
I have one request, though. Anything is to bring harm to us. Just that you tell us sooner than later. Prepared for prizes.
At the moment, your goals align with mine, so it is in my best interest to ensure that your safety and well-being.
It's appreciated. If there's shadowy figures about, I'm not saying that anyone is in anything nefarious, but we all make enemies in our life. I would.
Shadowy figures are nothing new.
I at least like knowing that there is a dagger at my back, and waiting it, then being caught off guard.
Usually there's more than a few daggers at your back. How many would you like?
Do not take that as a threat at all. I know we all. Oh, fuck! 1 sec. Hear that? Yeah. Is that upstairs or? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just heard a very, very loud noise, and I didn't know if it was our dog or if our upstairs neighbors something. Sorry.
Good enough.
I very much meant daggers at your blind spot. Keeping you safe.
What about you, Miss Naya? Anything that we should be aware of your past, or do you need anything?
Aspirations to run away and go pro.
Well, I've already done that. Goodness, that's more of a first stage accomplished. Now, just sort of going for the fame and fortune route, I suppose. She she's sort of fiddling with the bag of holding hanging at her belt, just drumming her fingers lightly on it. For the most part, well, for now my goals are perfectly in line with everyone else's, I suppose. I'm just here for the ride.
Yeah. No, understandable. Glad all of us are able to work together, and hopefully in due time, be able to make sense of what the hell is going.
That's a good plan.
Well, it's quite simple at the moment. We all showed up for various reasons, and shit has just landed in our lap.
Yeah, sounds about right. That's pretty much it, isn't it?
So, if that's the
Aren't we
case,
the lucky ones?
Yeah, it's more interesting than it being a boring life.
I suppose.
Azinga, don't say anything about boring lives around me, my friend.
not certain what you would refer to as a boring life at this point, sir. Although by the same token, I'm not entirely certain I'd be, comfortable asking.
I've never been much into farming, so really, it depends on your definition, I guess.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Huh.
Hey, you already did. What do you mean? What's the big deal?
I prefer that you maybe don't say that super enthusiastically out loud in mixed company. Thank you, sir. I do my level best to try and keep certain things about me rather secret.
I don't do
I snap my fingers, cast Gift of Gab, and go back 6 seconds, and then none of that. Then I didn't say that.
Wait, what?
I was getting a good cut of super. This is good.
Just kind of like snap my fingers, and then I go back 6 seconds. So
you're midway through your complaint of Vale, and then suddenly you're like, what was I talking about?
Do we all?
Vale's just gonna go back and like finish drinking.
Yeah, I reversed. So I didn't. I reversed 6 seconds. So the last thing I said did not happen. So
none of us know that.
No.
Oh.
All of you are just like,
I didn't say the you're already dead thing.
I don't remember doing anything in the last 6 seconds. Each of you think to yourself, what was I? Alcohol.
Goes back and just reverses back into that part of the conversation. And I just take a drink.
Would you have done that to me before, Heisinger, perchance?
No, you don't know.
So I was going to say, was there a chance we would have discussed this and me sitting there going like, and just quietly snickering, knowing what went on, but can't remember what it was?
Well, no, because like it happens to like it just it's itself, right? So just I reverse time for myself for 6 seconds. It goes along with the same thing. Like all the times I've like used my like time powers to just reverse and like try to get a better outcome. Who knows how many times I've done it?
Okay, so you haven't spilled to Nox much of what's gone on. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, is this something Nox would be familiar with through our time together, or is Nox still in the dark about it?
Yeah, you'd probably know about like, well, that's kind of like my whole jam. So you'd know, but you would never know when it happens. I don't think. Like unless you were like I don't know, like some sort of like detection or something maybe.
You do think that there's been a lot of times where you've had these memory spots that you can't entirely remember, and you're like, I thought shit was getting kind of weird.
I just have a feeling at this point now, it's probably something Heisinger does, and unless you and I specifically talked about it, which is your call if we've actually talked about it, I'll just kind of chuckle and go like, okay, Heisinger did a Heisinger thing.
Well, but it affects everyone, so like, yeah, it would affect you as much as anyone else. You would know that this is something I do, but you would never know when it happens.
Gotcha.
Unless I tell you later on.
Is there a range of that thing?
For that one?
Yeah.
Well, that one's just like self.
Oh, okay.
That one's like literally I can only do it on myself.
Okay, I was like, okay, I hope that the whole world does not shift back 6 seconds. It's going to get real interesting real fast.
Well, with how many fucking chrono shifting people there are, yeah, that might get really interesting.
Well, technically, I think it. Well, because like it reverses myself, right? So
I'm as a honeycomb.
Well,
like a rug, really.
Unless there is anything else, Amira and Clank. Oh, go ahead, please.
I'm gonna say, well, like just so you know, like it says, like when you cast a spell, you skillfully reshape the memories of listeners in your immediate area.
Okay.
Each creature of your choice, like within 5 feet of you, so like everyone around me just forgets everything I said within the last 6 seconds.
Okay, that's fine. I had to sit there for a second. I'm like, it's not the entire reverse of like, you throw a glass and then the glass returns in 6 seconds. Okay, no, it's just like if they forgot what you said.
Yeah, and this is only I can only do this for speaking, so.
Okay, all right, good. Because I was being like, this is a very powerful ability. I did not know you had.
No, I can only do this one. This is this spell is only for speaking, so it's only when I'm talking.
Amira will turn to you all and say, well, if you don't mind, me and Clank are going to take I'm going to bed. Clank, you don't sleep, but we're going to go to bed. Clank does an interpretation of what it means to give a yawn if he could do one. You watch as his jaw like kind of snaps closed a couple times as he tries to mimic a yawn, but then does an eye sleepy turn.
Clank does a clank.
But I would like to return to a room if you don't mind.
By all means, Amira, go ahead and rest. I think we'll be following shortly. I like attacking my days with it. That's all.
And Amira will thank you guys for the night and head on off to one of the rooms.
What is our plan then?
Well, with my skills, I do intend to augment our ability, various weapons. I'd like to get some supplies.
We're gonna have to make some money, so I don't. If anyone hears of any jobs that they're more inclined to, then that might be a good idea for us to go in that direction, so we don't yeah, we should probably just be careful unless there's people we don't want to work for or things we don't want to do. I don't really know.
I have already planned to talk to the harbor master's sister. Apparently, they might be artificers of sorts, and I might get some on where to get supplies and possibly a quest, depending on significant guild presence.
Well,
Speaking of guilds, I'd like to see what the underworld has to say about some of these things, and I wouldn't mind checking out this tavern that we appear to have been suggested of.
I'm inclined to agree with curiosity.
right.
If you're not trusting this person, though, maybe don't go alone.
I wasn't planning on it.
Yeah, I never know with you.
Lovely to know about all the things that you deal with as well.
Nah, I try to stay away from unsavory people as much as I can.
My point. Also, why the hell are you hanging out with us then?
I know why he's hanging out with me, but
Yes, well, nobody asked you.
I feel like you kind of like me and Ox were here first, and then you kind of decided to join in. So I don't know. That's kind of on you, isn't it?
You hired me, boy.
Yeah, it's kind of on you then, ain't it?
he chose to follow along.
There's more money in it. And if all things go poorly, I still have knives.
Okay, so going to the what do they call it, the Nexus?
The Delves.
No, the big watchtower.
Oh, the Spire.
The Spire. Well, tomorrow I intend to go to the Spire, so we need anything from the Spire. A great place, so line of questions and such that we might be ask of the residents here. Uh-oh. Will still hear me?
Yes,
And
I'm quite audible.
Okay,
Did we lose someone important?
I heard someone disconnect at the same point. I just got a...
20 just said that its connection to server has been interrupted.
Same.
And Kenku is currently quiet for me.
Yeah, sorry about that internet disruption.
It do be the way that it is.
Oh, you're having issues there, Swan.
Yeah, no, that was all me. I was like, suddenly the map disappeared. Did anyone else what? Where'd everyone go?
Oh. All right, good to know.
So yeah, you guys can all retire to your night. Do you guys pick particular rooms between each other?
Girls in one room, boys in another.
We each can have our own independent. I think they literally covered all of us.
All of you of 3 total rooms.
Yeah, okay, so gotcha. Amira has her own. Gotcha. Amira has her own. So yeah, cool with anything.
You guys can pick where you go. I'm waiting on y'all.
Well,
How many beds per room?
It looks like there's 2. There's one with larger beds.
I'll just pick a fucking room, and whoever wants to room with me, feel free.
Someone's gonna have to bunk with Amira. There's only 2 beds per room. Someone's either gonna be sleeping standing or get interesting. So how's it good? Do you want to?
If needed.
Well, I guess Amira might trust you.
So we're in the distance here.
Nia would wouldn't actually be saying or even thinking this, but I'm just like, what? Vale doesn't sleep hanging from the rafters like a bat?
I can't
Please,
reverse
for the
that
love
one.
of God, say that at some point so that Vale can just like level you a very dark look that you can't see because she's still wearing a hood.
Given around this time, Vale, I need something from you.
That's terrifying.
I
Uh-oh.
need a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Someone's going to get a chomping.
I've got a flask. It should be fine.
Have you drank also lately?
Like alcohol or flask?
Your flask.
Yeah, I
Oh
refilled
yeah.
it. I had a bit of a sip.
Oh, that's right. You went to your place. Never mind. Go on. But yes, I still need a wisdom saving throw.
With advantage, you said?
With advantage. Due to your race.
18.
Okay, you're good.
And so is everybody else.
Hold on. Let me double check.
Nat 20 or dirty 20? Oh, she got a nat 20.
Oh, she got a nat 20. Oh, yep. Then
Wow.
you're.
Directly after it fell out of my hand. No, go with the 18. It's fine.
Oh. I didn't realize.
Hold
That's
on. Double checking.
Heard it, except Nova.
Yep. So,
You become extremely. Sorry, I'm trying to get the damn block to come up here. As you are sitting there and kind of just sitting to thinking to yourself, you become increasingly aware of something up in the corner of the room.
What is that? I'm looking.
Give me a perception check.
Nat 20.
ah!
You see a spider in the corner of the room.
What kind of spider? And how
Like
big?
a house spider.
How big? Which corner of the
Like
room?
a spider size.
Which corner of the room?
Fucks.
You are now in church. Because because it decided to switch to that.
I'm gonna go venture over and look at this thing. What about this
Sorry.
is giving me pause?
I'm doing. Sorry, I'm like trying to get the thing to focus, but unfortunately it's being rather angry with me.
Doing chicey things. DM's doing chicey things. I call shenanigans.
Uh-oh.
Please hold.
Heisinger, I'm scared. I'm scared, Heisinger. Make him stop.
It's his job to do weird things. It's okay.
My apologies. So you look up and you see a spider.
All right.
And give me another wisdom saving throw.
Nox is stepping away for 30 seconds.
With advantage.
$21.
You've grown uninterested in the spider. Don't honestly even know why you're looking at it. It's a stupid spider.
Why would I be looking towards the spider in the first place?
Why are you looking at the spider? I'm just saying your thoughts. But for some reason, you were very aware about that spider.
I don't like that spider.
It's not a very nice spider.
I like spiders.
And that's it for y'all. So you guys are going to bed?
Suppose so.
Take to your rooms, please.
Roomward ho, I suppose.
Where are we going?
Whatever. I did reveal the rooms, right?
No, I was gonna say you realize the darkness thing hides everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, I moved my character and I can see them now, but yeah, I had to move her like bodily into the hallway to see rooms.
Where
Yeah,
be thy
so-
room?
I just
Okay,
go. Let's just
Sorry,
say
hold
go
on.
to the room.
I'm doing it. Hold on.
Alright, so who's rooming with the captain, if anyone, first of all?
I think Nox had.
Yeah, I'll room with the captain.
Alright, Nia's going to take the
Knox.
room next to that.
Naya or Kaya Vale does not want to be anywhere near that fucking spider.
Phil gets out of the room with that spider.
Yeah, fuck that spider, man. Fuck that spider.
Everyone else?
Rovan will shrug, knock on the room. Assuming that Vale will
Yes,
allow
excellent.
bunking, he will take a look at the bed, form the blankets and pillow into sort of a body shape using cloaks, and then crawl underneath the bed.
Wait, she should have told us that because that could have saved us a bed.
There you
Does that change your options there, Naya or Vale? If he's just
Sorry,
gonna
what was
sleep
going on?
underneath the, he's gonna sleep under the bed.
I
Rovan sleeping under the bed.
Rovan sleeping under a bed.
With a body shape in the pillows and blankets.
Half off. Hey, my Ryzen
They-
7 just showed up.
Vale's just gonna
fancy.
look at Rovan and go,
You're not in the room with him.
I'm in the room
Oh,
with
he,
him.
he is in the room with him.
Wait, what?
I'm in the bottom room.
Do you want to
What's
switch?
wrapping your fries?
Do you want to switch rooms there, Vale?
It's
You
just
got
gonna be
creeper on the floor?
dangerous.
What are you so terrified of? They're not gonna find you here. And
As
if they do,
you
then they
said
have to go
before.
through me.
As you said before, knives at your back. This technique
I am
has
the
saved
knives
me,
at your back.
and I'm thankful that you're here. However, this technique has saved me many a time.
Well, good to know that I'm going to be comfortable and potentially dead. Take a pillow at least.
Rovan will reach up, grab the pillow off the bed, and then haul it underneath.
Be comfortable.
Bryce, was
in
it
whatever
Nazgul
sense
after
you
him?
want.
Just like after I just like I'm just like walking by over here, hearing Vale scream.
I'm screaming. Now I'm screaming. You.
I was walking. Well, I guess this is the room I'll have to come in here then. And ooh, there's big beds. I like when there's big beds. My wings fit.
Oh, they do look pretty comfortable. Goodness, sleeping. I never considered the logistics of sleeping with wings.
Actually,
Like,
yeah, I hadn't even thought of that one either.
It's kind of like you always got like a little like blanket for yourself. You never really have to worry about that. It's kind of nice.
don't they get cold?
Oh,
And Nox, are you sleeping up with Miss Amira?
Yes, Nox is going to with Amira, seeing as that A, they're familiar with each other, and B, he's thinking that, not realizing that beds might be unoccupied.
I moved your character. Where's compression going?
He's going to stand at the door for Nox.
Inside or outside?
Wherever Clank is.
Clank is in the room, just kind of like taking his idle position, staring at the other side of the wall.
Compression will stand beside him, staring equally at the wall, just as fascinated.
There is a desk, so will he stand on top of the desk?
Just to be weird, yes.
Mira suddenly becomes very aware of two robotic people, one of which on top of a desk, standing next to her. But she'll go back to sleep.
Nox is going to wish that there was something called a camera that he could take a picture of.
And as everyone goes into their resting positions, I need initiatives.
And I think you just hear like just Tanaya's like, do I have I might be cold-blooded. I'm not sure. I usually dress warm, so I don't know.
I know, but the way you can't really. Do you have like? She makes a sort of fake gesture. Wing warmers.
Initiative X.
I like to keep the wings free so I can fly. I never thought this hard about that. This. Huh.
Yeah, it's so slow.
Yeah.
I'm not fast.
I won't be able to sleep now.
Nox got 12.
I'm sorry.
Thinking about my own anatomy. I'm just gonna think about my own anatomy and how I work now.
He's been resting.
Like an extra blanket.
He's been going all these years without having a question, and you suddenly throw an existential crisis into poor Hunziker.
Oh.
He had never had to consider this, like, how do I sleep? Oh God, how do I sleep? Why are you there? I have been cursed with wings. Nox, what'd you get?
12.
17.
Damn, look at you go, Mr. Dragonborn. You are fast as fuck.
I get to like add my intelligence to my initiative as well.
My word.
So my initiative is +7.
So as the night progresses on, and the rooms get quiet, the last of the staff go ahead and head off to bed and close up shop for the night, and front doors are effectively locked. Things will get slow. Naya, be honest. Do you snore? Just think to yourself for like 4 seconds. Just answer.
No, I think she sort of. She might like talk in her sleep a little bit, or possibly hum or even sing, but she doesn't snore.
Oh my God, I'd love it if you're rolling around at the speed of sound. That's a dedicated bard.
I don't remember the tune, but yes.
Hunziker, as you're listening to Naya speak or in her sleep or sing to her own songs, a little bit of a fluttering leaf of magic leaving her as she whispers, because she does somatic singing at the same time. You kind of pick up on it, that it's been going on. And you notice that it gets kind of slow. And as you're falling asleep, I need a wisdom saving throw.
Beware of
Uh-oh.
More spiders. Just like listening to like humming is like, that's still better than compression. So compression likes to like release a lot of steam when he sleeps. When everyone else is sleeping. That is a 21.
As you feel your environment zoom out and you fall into your deep sleep, as you previously have experienced before, you start to feel like you are picking up on a vision. A vision that usually happens the same way every night when you're on a larger body and mass. And it seems to be some kind of individual calling out to you. It's reaching closer and closer and trying to kind of grasp out towards you. Do you grasp out towards it as this luminescent figure kind of outstretches?
Oh wait, like it's an actual like physical being?
Like a spectral form.
Let's say I'll try to like speak with it, like telepathically, and see if it responds. Hello?
Try to reach back out. And as you start to try to reach into your connection with it, it immediately stops. Like uncomfortably stops. And you find yourself awake. And as you're sitting up, and you notice that the moon in the distance is passing through the window, you turn and you can't hear Naya. You can't see her singing. You can't hear her breathing. You can't hear her breathing at all. You've actually noticed that she's not breathing. You turn towards the lamp next to you, and you notice that the fire of the lamp has actually stopped moving entirely.
Do I move? Like if I like wiggle my fingers or something like that, do I move?
You find that you can move.
But the silver thing is stopped.
Everything has stopped.
Me, all right. Pull out my wand, detect magic. Are things glowing around us right now?
Everything is glowing around you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And sorry, this thing is in the way at the same time. As you're pulling your wand out and starting to spray magic, you notice sitting across at the desk is a rabbit in a suit. And you just kind of see him standing there, leaned up against the desk and just going, "It's been a long time. How we doing?" Quiet one, aren't you? I really do enjoy the quiet ones. I really kind of always ahead and thought of myself to be a quiet one, but then I realized I really can't. And he kind of looks down at Naya, but she's at least being quiet right now. I heard her singing for quite a period of time, but I knew it was going to be a while before we're going to go ahead and be alone. So I took the time to go ahead and listen in here and there. But, you know, time flies and, well, not anymore.
Well, honestly, it's been a while, and it's been long enough that I don't remember you, so you're going to have to fill me in, I guess.
He hops off of the desk and lands like right up against your bed. Tennigan, nice to meet you. He sticks a hand out. Quiet one and doesn't like the shakes. I totally understand that.
Yeah, well, you know what? Usually, well, you can cast a spell that way, so I'm gonna have to refrain from that just in case. But it's good to meet you, though.
He takes a cane
again, I guess.
He takes a cane and kind of. That's what I like to hear. As someone who goes ahead and takes the initiative to be cautious. Cautious is how you go about life well. He steps out into the middle of the room. I've been here and there, all around. Really been enjoying myself, but I have to say I have not gotten a chance to meet everybody. But I could sense you. you recently got a little stronger. And let's be honest here. What does it matter to take up the arts? Especially being a wizard nowadays, like who wants to be a dusty old kind of person? You should consider yourself to be someone stronger. I have seen fighters and barbarians go ahead and take up all kinds of wonderful abilities. I've seen druids who eat the most fantastic fruit out there. Why don't you go ahead and live a normal, peaceful life? I heard down that you already have quite a bit of money on hand to live inside. Why don't you go ahead and relax? You are making yourself too busy.
Oh, it just depends on definitions.
Definitions, I totally understand. Well, let me go ahead and put down to you. I've been sensing lately that you've been getting a lot of these strange kind of like sensations here and there. Usually throughout your life, these have been kind of going on for you, haven't they?
Yeah, but I asked Nox, and he just said that's like when your legs fall asleep, when you kind of are like leaning on them too much when you're sitting. So it's okay.
Oh, I know, though, that this ain't no... Sorry, I'm trying to process it. I know that this ain't no kicking legs. He kind of like bounds his own legs up. You could tell that he's actually of a species called a harrigan, or rabbit people. And as he hops kind of playfully over towards your bed and kind of dips his hand down, you'll see he actually lifts up the same general sand from your bed. And as you look down, you notice that the trail was leading up and out towards the window. He goes, I really don't like my sleep being disrupted, if you understand. I don't think you would have enjoyed it too, so I wanted to go ahead and offer an assistance. If you get any more of these little things, you let me know, and I can make sure that they don't come back up again. I want to make sure that you don't get disturbed anymore. As an important man, I value a good night's sleep and a well-rested time. I always get the quiet ones. I never understand why they go ahead and never say anything after I don't. I'm always told myself, Tennigan, you're going to go ahead and meet some kind of fantastic person. Well, thank you, Tennigan. I always think it's going to be someone like that.
Well, I guess, do you have a business card or some such? I'm not really sure how to get a hold of you. Like I said, I don't even remember you, so...
You see him reach into his business card. He starts pulling out things left and right. He pulls out different little bits of paper and scrolls and whatnot. And he goes, you know what? If you need to call me, just look at the moon and say my name. And I'll be right there. In 4 hops around the room 4 times. And I'll be right on back. And you won't have to be disturbed any further. But like I said, as he kind of like heads towards the window, you really need to consider resting, taking a better life. There's so many other things out there. I heard blood hunters are usually pretty good hemophiliacs. But chronology, it's not really for you. I hope you'll take this. And as he picks up his cane, I look forward to our next meeting.
Well, I hope I held you up, and I hope you're not late for a very important date.
Oh, I'm always busy hopping. He smacks the cane twice against the ground, and he's gone. Vanishes from sight. And very quickly, you notice that Naya is breathing again. And she is snoring politely. Naya, I need a snore, please. Snores like an angel.
Still better than compression.
Hansiger has been met by the jade hair of the moon, And I'm gonna go make another drink now that you've gotten me stuck in a fucking southern drawl, you son of a bitch.
God damn it, Moon Moon.
Happy
Wait, was that
birthday,
rabbit green?
Rabbit.
That looked white to me.
He was white.
Okay, I was trying to make
Jade's
an
white.
Alice in Wonderland joke.
The white jade moon rabbit.
I wanted to say, Jesus Christ, Heisinger, how much did you have to drink, or did someone spike it on you?
Yeah, I guess booze is weird here.
This is weird. Did Vale step away?
Yes, Vale has stepped away.
All right, we will wait for her.
Hurry
Everyone
up and
take
make
a
your drink.
5-second pee break.
Okay, pee break sounds good.
That's extremely short.
Second.
Wait, you can't pee in less than 5 seconds? Vale.
Wash your
Typically,
goddamn
my
hands.
washroom is not located where my computer is, although, there is always room for modifications.
What happened?
I think we're doing a 5-second pee.
Oh, cool. I'll go back to making a drink now.
Well, Heisinger, that was interesting.
Yeah, weird rabbits.
I am quite curious why we rolled initiative.
He's probably got vignettes planned for everybody.
Probably just who goes first.
Yeah, that's probably my guess.
Who's on first? Who goes first?
Who's on first, what's on second, and I don't know who's on third.
Had that joke.
Oh, I know perfectly.
Actually, I believe we were all high, hanging out with Harry, and we were going through multiple different topics, and I kept going first base, and everyone was looking at me going, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, we're currently tracking 3 different topics.
See, bed.
Fun. Who cares?
All right, I'm back. Is Vale back?
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't think so.
No, she got distracted by the dog. Sorry about that.
It is what it is.
Dogs can be distracting.
Mhm.
Vale's here. What's up?
Alrighty. Vale. As the night
The
continues, and
fucking- if this is the fucking spider, I'm gonna squish it.
it is not a spider. But as you are laying in your bed, or not even, how do you sleep? How do you sleep?
Not stuck to the ceiling like a bat. Sorry.
I know you go into a trance, but like, how do you perform your trance? Do you lay down? Do you sit up? Are you up against the wall, or do
I'm
you sleep
sitting
up?
against the wall.
So as you go ahead and sit against the wall, you start to encounter similar thoughts and nightmares as you feel extremely uncomfortable. You feel like someone's watching you, and you feel like something is over your shoulder constantly poking at you, prodding at the inside of your mind. You feel like your face is uncomfortable. And the longer you sit there, the more you feel like the side of your face that was affected earlier is changing or morphing. You start to feel like you're losing sight in that eye again. And it comes in and out. You start having visions and thoughts about your past. For some reason, you constantly are asking yourself, how can I get better? How can I get more defensive? What is the best barriers? Is this building safe? Is this building structure? Where would I hide? Where would I go? You become paranoid as you start imagining things. At one point, as you sit there and are in this constant dream, you think about that night. The night you and I had talked about before. And you remember looking up out of the hole. And you remember seeing a figure glowing white above you, looking down. It was hard to discern, but it looked like somebody kind of in a veil, in a standing white gown, looking down. But it was difficult to kind of... yes. But it was difficult to pick up on, and by the time you were able to regain your senses, that person was gone. And as you feel the nightmare reaching intensity, I need another wisdom saving throw with advantage.
20. Dirty.
You wake up from your nightmare, sweating. And everything is fine. Your eye is perfectly normal. And somewhere underneath the bed, you cannot tell if Rovan is sleeping or brooding. It's one of the two.
Is the fucker breathing?
Rovan, do you breathe?
I do breathe.
He is breathing.
Honestly, that's all I need to know.
But the room is fine. And you can see again. Do you react or do anything?
I'm gonna get up silently. Make certain that there's nothing in the room that could potentially murder the brooding idiot that's lying under his bed because he's terribly a hobbit and terrified of Nazgul.
Rovan, I do need a perception check.
No problem. Brooding idiot is very aware.
And this is with advantage.
Oh, all right.
I will explain why later.
Is that a window or a door to the outside?
That's a window.
Okay.
$16.
You definitely pick up that Vale is staring at you.
I'm not staring at him. I'm just making certain he's okay. I'm going to quietly leave the room.
Okay, you may leave the room. The hall is dimly lit, only one candle lit in this particular hall, but otherwise you don't hear any noise except the soft whistling hum of Miss Naya down the hallway. Naya, I need another snore. Perfect. I can't record it, so I have to ask you to do it every time someone passes by.
Thank God it's
I am
not.
totally down for that.
Thank God it's not.
That's a fast way to find a knife in the face. Is there a roof that I
I would hope there's a
mildly-
roof. I would
Is there a
suspect
roof that is mildly accessible? The Vale wants vantage.
I mean, you yourself could make your way up there, but the front door has been locked.
Yeah, Vale's not trying to be overly obvious about it. She just wants to be like roof area or an overhang.
You could
Something
try
with
the
bells.
you could try the window. You could try the window.
Yeah, except she doesn't want to be crawling up the wall.
There's otherwise you could try going upstairs.
Who lives upstairs? Do I know?
The family.
Just gonna sit by the fire.
Are you or do you have all your stuff with you, or do you go out?
Yeah. Is that spider still fucking there?
That spider is still there.
I'm going to like whip a dagger at it.
Go ahead and roll to hit. It's not a music. It's just the beginning of the sound.
Eight.
I actually have to find out what the frickin' AC of a spider is. I didn't know I was going to have to get challenged on that. You actually miss.
Naturally.
You throw and you feel the dagger flies by and misses, and you see it pass by. I need another wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
20. Dirty.
You watch as the spider goes ahead and crawls into a crawl space up in the rafters and disappear out of view.
I'm going
And
to go up to the corner.
go up to that particular corner.
Gonna go up to where that spider may be and just look at it quietly or where it's gone. At which point I'm gonna start talking to it. Look, something about you is weird. If you are a creature that is legitimately something I can work with, could you and I potentially discuss this if you have the ability to do so? If not, could you please, for the love of all that is moderately good in this existence, could you knock off the spying?
You begin to talk and go through your spiel of talking to a spider.
Stop making me sound like I'm fucking crazy.
And as you are talking to the spider, you feel like your stomach is growling. And then you hear that scream.
What scream? Oh, fuck that one. Can I draw my sword?
And your sword is screaming at you.
I'm gonna sheath the sword.
Unsheath or sheath?
I'm going to sheath it just enough to go like, oh, you're glowing and screaming at me, and I'm gonna put you back in the sheath. At which point I'm gonna look at the sword and go, could you fucking shut up for a while, and or tell me what the fuck you want, please? And then I'm gonna look at the spider and go, and how the fuck do you relate to my goddamn sword? Vale's had it with the, like, mysteries already.
I'm gonna ask one more time. I need another wisdom saving throw with advantage.
15.
You finish yelling at the sword as you pulled it out,
Just like growling at it, not yelling at it.
growling at it. As you grab the blade to push it back in and growl at it, and you turn to the spider, you feel like control of your body has left. And immediately, like watching a movie, your head pulls back and you pull forward. And you bite the ceiling. And with it, the spider.
Okay. Ow.
You find that you have control again, but the body of the spider is in your mouth.
I'm gonna spit that shit out. And try and like figure out if it's alive or dead, if it's like a something or like just a fucking spider with a wisdom saving requirement.
You go back down to the spider?
Yes, spit the spider out and check it out to see whether or not it's gonna turn into a thing because I've done enough damage, or if it's a spider and I just had insect blood. Ugh.
I believe that's called ichor.
Yes, ew, that makes it worse.
God, would I not want to be a fly on a wall in this situation?
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, you'd be a little bit safer since the spider is now dead.
I know, we have a bug eater over here.
I'm going to fucking kill you. It's just going to hurt harder.
That made me laugh a little bit. That was kind of funny.
Vale is very much pleased that nobody else can see that.
You look at the spider. You could do a nature check if you like.
Yes, please.
Oh, and it disappeared off the desk. He checked it right out the window.
Sorry, I had to go fight through a bunch of cords to find this dice. Nat 20.
This is the common household spider. You don't
What's weird about
notice any connections to it. It's not of any venomous form that you know of. And it's as common on asteroids as you know.
So something's watching me through it. Great.
You don't sense anything is watching you through it.
Cord still screaming at me.
No.
Vale's gonna growl under her breath and go back to sitting in the fucking chair. Listening very hard for anything else that anybody else is doing and or anybody else being in danger. And if all she can hear is Naya's snores, then she will be very thrilled.
Naya? Naya, that's your cue.
Naya, he requires you.
Oh boy, what do you need me to do?
I need a snore.
Oh, sorry.
Perfect. And no, as you sit there for a period of time listening in and feeling around, you don't pick up any unusual senses. It takes you a little bit of time to get comfortable again after your experience from earlier. You do, though, feel movement in your pocket.
And I pulled the spirit out and checked that he's okay.
You're going to check an undead creature if it's okay.
Yes, I'm going to check and make certain that he's not turning into a cat and staring randomly at corners in the ceiling, okay?
You place him down on the basically the armrest of the chair, and he kind of sits there and stares at the fire.
Cool. I'm gonna hand him his skull. Nox made this for you, dear. I don't know if you want it. I don't know if you need it, but he spelled it so that you might be able to use it differently to communicate.
You hand him the little skull.
And he folds it.
And you watch him kind of take it, and he looks down at it.
Could you wear it as a hat, maybe?
And not really so much as moving his own, but he pushes the skull in the place of where his is, and he falls over.
I feel like taking his skull off to make it replace would invalidate his existence or something, so I'm just gonna let him deal with it.
He is currently laying on the armrest, his body laying flat, almost like a ragged doll, as you hear the last bits of the skull that was where his head was fall to the ground.
Is he okay? Gonna reach down.
Do you want to do a medicine check?
I also want to do a fucking medicine check on an undead.
I think that's a yes.
I heard a lot of sound. I didn't hear a
They
response.
didn't hear your rant, hon.
It's okay.
It was a rant. Yes, I want to do an undead medicine check.
Does he have health insurance?
20! I got a 20. I don't know how.
If the spirit had organs, he is very much dead. Based on your current prognosis, you don't know what exactly killed him, but
Prognosis, really, Sean?
you have noticed that none.
You're
the
using prognosis in that. As a medical professional, I am ashamed at you.
He's an already dead spirit.
Yes.
How do you
treat an undead spirit? How do you forecast the
a Ouija board? I don't know.
Diagnosis. Come on, man. Medical terminology. Prognosis is your treatment plan.
Well, we're trying to figure out the treatment plan.
Yes, that's the diagnosis.
Well, he lays there. You have noticed that his bones haven't come apart or anything, but he lays there.
Good. I'm going to like try and separate new skull from old skull and just like reset old skull right beside neck existence and spinal cord and try not to fret over the fact that my baby boy, my tiny little skull spirit thingy has potentially killed himself with a gift.
You go ahead and reach to pull. You go ahead and pick up the skull from the ground, and when you reach
for the skull, okay.
When you try to take the new skull off, you pull the whole body with it.
I'm just gonna lay him very gently back down and try not to freak out, and also try to be paying attention to everything else that is going on in case any of my companions need help.
And will that be what you're doing?
And also trying to go to sleep, but at the same point not being asleep. Can I be like meditative sleep of like, dear God, what the hell's going on with my life?
Yes, you can have an existential crisis.
Stop describing my day-to-day existence, damn it!
And that is where we will leave Vale for the moment.
Oh no.
Is everybody okay?
I like that. Nox, it's your turn.
Oh boy.
Nox, you go ahead and crawl into bed. And as you are sleeping, you start to hear what sounds like whistling.
Where does it sound like it?
It's coming from the window.
Nox is going to sit up, and as he's sitting up, he's going to reach for his pistol underneath. That he'll slowly crawl out of bed and cautiously approach the window.
You notice there's a cart outside. And there does appear to be movement on the cart.
There does appear to be?
Yes.
Nox is going to casually peek, like, trying to not make it anyone looking at, suspecting nefarious evil activities. He's going to poke his eye around frame of the window, trying to keep himself discreet while seeing what's going on.
As you look out, you notice that there's seems to be some kind of unusual beasts that are heading the cart, but without sticking your head out, you really can't see from your angle.
He'll continue cautiously peeking around the corner, trying to see what the heck's going on. He fully intends to investigate this. He's just making sure that if people are trying to make sure there's no one watching, he's not going to be easy.
As you peek more, you get a better view of what looks to be like a large cart sitting outside and two similar beasts that are attached to the reins. You also do notice above the creatures is what looks to be like a fishing rope. And dangling from it is a dirty brown knife. And that you still hear that whistling.
Nox is going to continue looking, shift to the other side of the frame and now try and look directly at the cart. And as he does that, he's going to glance over and see if Amira is okay.
She is perfectly fine, sleeping.
I'm going to quietly contemplate and wait and watch.
You wait and you still listen to the sound of the whistling. And you just see the beast. Sometimes you actually see them kind of trying to bite upwards towards where the knife is.
I'm going to look up.
You notice this dangling knife from the fishing rod attached to the cart.
Nox is going to put his pants on and just his t-shirt and leave the room and try and go out the front door.
You find it's unlocked.
Uh-oh.
You also do find Vale sleeping in her chair.
Oh.
Out in like where the fireplace is.
Yeah. Definitely going to be curious what she's doing out there, and knowing that she went to sleep in her bedroom, is going to start regarding this a little bit more suspiciously. Going to then go out the front door, pistol still in hand. Who goes there?
You hear movement from behind the cart.
I do not appreciate speaking to shadows. Please present yourself.
As you step out, you get a better look at the creatures. Go ahead and do a nature check if you want.
Absolutely. That'd be a 14.
These are rust monsters.
He's going to be keeping his distance from them. As much as I...
And they seem to be snapping up at this rusty-looking dagger above you. But they can't seem to be... It's just out of reach. And as you watch them, you can hear a voice kind of stop the whistling. Hungry fellas, aren't they?
Yeah. Always look.
Good pack mules if you can go ahead and find the right food. Sorry, I was getting my preparations ready for you. It took a little bit. Oh, yes, I know the Shard Keepers. He hops around the creatures just out of reach of their antenna.
What is he?
He seems to be what looks to be like a merchant, his face covered by a large blue hat, but all you can see are the reflections of his white eyes. But I came. I knew you were going to arrive eventually.
Correcting me.
Oh, absolutely. The Shard Keepers are well known.
How do I know that? Oh,
Because I'm the one they seek for.
go to explain yourself.
He goes ahead and gives a bow and goes, I am but one with no name. But what I can tell you is what I can offer. And he reaches and pulls out his pack, and he goes, I am here simply for trade, and nothing more. I have of no ill intentions. All I come is for what you have in your pocket.
Many things.
Should be the only one you have now.
Knox will reach pocket.
And you will find in your pocket, from when you started your adventure with Miss Vale, is the dark-colored shard you had collected in your adventure.
Ah, yes. God. You will say
Hard
that
to
out
hard to come across them nowadays without entering the astral.
loud. Well, deliberate a bad thing.
Well, I have goods to trade and things to see. And as he goes ahead and ruffles through his pack and throws it, I wouldn't say throw it, but kind of lays out a tarp in front of you, 3 objects land.
What do I know of these pieces of gods?
You know that as gods are eventually, gods themselves are usually linked to the crystal spheres. But those that die, or those that venture too far out into the astral plane, those that lose connection with their followers, lose power themselves. And in the great war between gods for representation and power, it's very easy to die. The astral plane, the very outer sphere of your crystal sphere, is the graveyard of the gods. And it is not uncommon for parts of them to fall into different crystal spheres. It's very common, as you would know, in Nocturna Prime for this to happen due to its porous nature. He places in front of you. Oh, go ahead.
As he's placing these things down, Nox is going to ask, why do you seek things?
Oh, I don't seek them to go ahead and worship or take care, but someone needs to collect. Someone needs to go ahead and make sure that they are cataloged. There may already be 3 or 4 gods of war, but if no one remembers them, then they were as if never there. There are those that take pride in collecting and ensuring their long preservation, and I am just one of those. He places down on the tarp a key, a robe, and a toy. For your shard, I will trade for one, if you'd be so kind.
You care to tell me a bit about these things?
I know not of what they do. I only know that I am to bring them and to give good trade.
May I inspect them?
Who did I kick out? Vale left. Vale's back.
She was listening on her phone. She went to the bathroom.
You can inspect them.
I'm going to start with the toy. And these, if these are magical, I can inspect them with advantage. But will I have advantage with this toy?
You can, and you do.
$15 for the toy. Okay. All in all, 15.
This is a child's toy. Appears to be a wizard, and it is magic. It's in good condition.
25 on the robe.
This robe looks to be made of a type of leather, and it does seem to have some markings along the side, probably related to the beast, but otherwise it's actually pretty well made.
Now these are, if I'm correct, Arcana checks.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say the beast, are you talking about like the god, the beast?
The leather from which the robe was made.
Gotcha. What was the last one? You said it's a wand?
A key? The key is about the length of a pen. And you notice that at the end of the key, the teeth seem to shift and change frequently, taking one shape and then another, and then another, and then another.
Skeleton key. And you have not been told of any of these things, what they do? Just I must choose.
I am the cataloger, and I bring what I am told. Only to bring you good service.
I have questions.
Sorry. I have someone chirping in the corner of my ear.
Chirp.
Huh.
Sad, I do not know. I have an inkling of what some of these things. Do tell me if I may indulge in your time a bit more. These keepers, talking about the ones down here, or?
We are everywhere. We go where the shards are found. Low and buried beneath the earth, found up in the sky and kept within vaults. But only when they are within hands that know them will they be found by us.
So if I find more for you,
Then I will return with good gifts and good trade.
Let me assist. Johnny. Tell me if you.
I do not know of their location, as I said, only those that are in your hands, and the hands that I am told to come to. But if you do locate more, I will certainly see you once more. Maybe. You might see another one.
Nox is very much in deep contemplation of what item to choose. Fair enough. I will trade you. Turn, God, take that key there.
An excellent choice, as he goes ahead and takes one of his fingers, pointing at it, and kind of turns it up like he's going to go ahead and pick it up with his own hand, but seems to almost mage hand it up into the air. And as he goes ahead and reaches out, and for your shard.
Nox will offer his shard, leaving that he'll receive the same way.
The key will go ahead and enter into your palm as the shard enters his. And you can feel it's warm. But just as I had described, the teeth seem to shift and change frequently. As he then goes ahead and whips up his layer of goods. And the two other come up with it. I do hope you enjoy the rest of your night, sir.
As do you. Safe travels.
And he goes ahead and crawls back up onto the cart. And he goes ahead and moves the... he moves the rusted knife further in front of the two creatures, and they go ahead and progress forward as he then continues to whistle. And as you look down towards the key and the warmth that's in your hand and see the shifting times, you find that you wake up laying in your bed.
Is the key in my hand?
The key is still in your hand. Your pistol is in your other hand. And you can still hear the snoring. Zeke! Thank you. That might be a theme of the episode. I apologize. Anyway.
Not at all. I love this.
And do you do anything else?
Nox will also look to see if he's clothed.
He is clothed. You do have your pants. Actually, no, I lied. You have your original clothes on. Your bedtime clothes.
Not the ones I put on.
Not your pants. Please put your pants on.
Nox is going to get up quietly, walk over to Plank, her in his have I moved?
You see his head spin around no.
Nox will go back to bed. He'll reach the bed and then decide to check out the living room or the main room.
Also, I'm not sleeping.
Meditating. You were to go out to the living room, you would see that she is sitting in a chair, meditating, or at least staring out towards the flames. And you do notice the spirit is leaning on or laying on the arm of the chair.
Vale.
Hello. Yes. What?
Has anyone come through?
Has anyone come through any doors? DM.
No.
Not that I know of. Have you been having strange dreams too?
Nox was just chuckled as she said no, about to turn around, and as she strange dreams stop.
I'll take that as a yes.
Have you been have you been visited by...
Go back to your other voice. Why, pray tell, do you have two voices, Nox? If you're not comfortable with telling me, and it's not going to cause us danger, then keep your secrets for now. But, given the strange dreams I've had, and given the fact you've actually come out to find me, I have a feeling that I'm not alone in having strange dreams.
Nox is gonna be completely bright red cheeked, and embarrassed that he's so foolish.
What's that?
Yeah. Family. They be a threat to us?
Shit. Alright. Are you okay? Honestly.
It's hard to say. Wondering if they were going to identify me at the prison or not.
Is there a bounty on your head?
But a lord.
To be brought back? Or...
clans?
Don't believe so, no, sorry.
Well, there, that's what I love to you.
DM, would I know anything about what he's talking about? Something clans?
You know that there are different large party groups of pirates. You know of a couple of them, but I mean, yeah, he speaks truth.
I have no doubt that he speaks truth, but would I know anything about these pirate clans?
He didn't specify a particular one that I know of.
What did they do?
Let's just off the coast. Developed a ever heard of one wicked?
Have I heard of that clan?
Has she heard of this clan?
That's your call entirely on how widespread
How
they're known.
well, I was gonna say, how prominent would you say this clan was, given of your family's back history?
I'd say they're definitely one of the larger ones. I don't know how you have the pirate fleet set up, but these are like.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I'd say the scavengers are still the Ravagers are still probably one of the larger ones, but if they stayed to a certain particular area of Nocturna Prime, I mean, it's not unheard of for. You could do a history check there, Vale.
I'm just trying not to tread on your lore at all.
Oh my! This is your clan. What am I going to do with you?
Well, I don't want to make them coward.
I will say that the Ravagers are still probably one of the larger clans, but there are smaller clans that are existent.
21.
Oh, jeez.
21. Okay. Yeah, you've heard inklings of them as you've done your travels.
Reputation?
They've got some.
Yes, I'm asking you what the reputation of them are.
Oh, I guess that's me then, eh?
Yes.
The Von Wickinger clan has been known to conduct hit-and-run strikes on coalition convoys. They have executed coalition soldiers and leadership. They've also been very graceful in offering those that have surrendered a position upon their flotilla. Von Wickingers are known as brutal, ruthless, but also, in some occasions, quite honorable. Very much built off what we would know as Norse.
Why'd you leave? What did they ask you to do?
And it wasn't fast. My
Very well.
parents. Because that lifestyle was not for me. So, now understanding why they.
Brave of you. Your secret's not mine to tell, Nox. Just perhaps stay. I'll do my best to keep an eye on us all.
Just be. They were to find out.
Darling, I wouldn't worry about me and the coalition. Nox, go back to rest. If you wish to sleep in front of the fire where I can keep watch, I would not stop you.
Why do you think I have compression?
He's not with you at the moment, is he?
He's back in the room.
Besides that, somebody has to watch Amira. And besides that, somebody has to watch Against Strange Dreams.
We shall talk about... And he's understand. No one else.
I'd never talk to anyone else about your secret. You're safe with us?
With that, Nox will bow his head, slide out of the chair. Rest well. Been a long night for a lot of us, and you have been visited by dreams. I wouldn't be surprised if there's... We may have some discussions in the morning.
Are you able... You know more about my sword than I do, don't you? If this needs wait till morning, it can, but... Goddess above, I'm getting sick and tired of it screaming.
Well... Ghosts. Quite remote. You have no worries about it, actually. I think you should...
They keep screaming at me. They keep screaming at me, including this spider. She gestures to this spider that lies dead on the floor. It was screaming at me, and then there was a spider, and it was still screaming at me after the spider was dead, and... I don't know why my sword is attracted to a spider, for fuck's sakes.
I acknowledge those ghost swords. What I do know is that there was a group of people, blood hunters, and definitely,
I know them.
we'll definitely better try with them about it than I know. Such weapons are cursed, magical. They've been passed down as heirlooms. A lot of people are unsure. A lot of very, very intelligent struggled with describing what these are. Trust me, that's even such things as necromancy. There is a ethereal and astral connection to them. That's what I know. Trust me, I've been investigating these things for quite some time. I keep an ear out for blood hunters. Best to do.
I shall. Go rest.
Good night.
Find out later.
And with that, Knoxwood.
Vale's gonna keep a weather eye out for, like, anybody else who potentially is gonna need...
Anyone else needs a nightcap?
A nightcap? No, that'd require alcohol, and Vale is very, very assiduously just watching for anybody else who may sound wrong.
Okay.
Aside from Naya's lovely snoring of angels.
I can't believe I fucked up my voice so bad.
Naya?
Yeah, I can't imagine. I'm really surprised that I caught your accent.
Sorry, am I being called upon for sound effects again?
Yeah, yes, please.
Alright.
Just gonna make it the transition sound. All right, Rovin. How's sleeping under the bed going?
How much room is under the bed for him?
Oh, we're not talking like a college bunk.
There is sufficient amount.
So how thin are you?
Don't judge a man.
Little question: would Roman?
Dude, I can't fit under my bed.
You obviously have the wrong bed then.
Obviously.
Little question: would Rovan have either heard me walking back and forth or our conversation?
Very likely. Robin is a very light sleeper and with extremely high passive perception.
Rovan, we are going to turn back the clock actually a little bit. Vale is still in the room and had not left. And you start to pick up something is happening outside your window in the alleyway. As you're laying there and listening in, you hear what sounds like something squealing. And you see flashes of red light.
Reuven will remain under the bed, unconcerned.
Okay. After a little bit, the squealing ends, and you do hear what sounds like chewing or gnawing, and the red light does come back.
Reuven will continue to hang out under the bed, drawing a weapon.
You eventually see the red light start to dwindle away, and that's it.
How long has it been since everybody went to bed?
It's been about 2 hours.
Reuven will continue his meditation for another 2 hours then.
Okay. Do you do anything after 2 hours?
After 2 hours, I suspect that'll be about the time that, or after 2 hours, that'll be the time that Vale will button up. So Reuven will wait a minute and then go out and make his way out into the hall where she is. Look over and go, well, I guess there is no time to sleep when you're dead, is there? And then make
Vale?
his way out.
I'm listening. I'm simply no. Come back here.
Well, and then make
He
his way
is
out of
he is determined.
I honestly was thinking about it, and then he fucker left, and then Nova was trying to get me like, "Oh, you're being spoken to." It's like, can I fucking consider what I'm talking about first?
Existential crisis re-enters into area.
Fuck's sake! Can we rewind like 6 seconds and I can hear what the fuck you say before Nova like butts his nose in again?
Does Reuven stop if she continues the conversation?
Okay, we can rewind for 6 seconds.
You
Having
got
just
6
said,
seconds.
I guess there's no time to sleep when you're dead after all.
I sleep. What of it?
Clearly not.
I
And
did.
he will continue.
And why aren't you?
My meditation is finished.
Liar. What kept you up?
He has unlocked the door and walked out the building. And that is the last you see of Reuven. Reuven, as you head out into the alley, you see
Vale's
that
gonna fucking follow.
Vale's gonna fucking follow. I love it.
Vale's gonna put the spirit in her pocket and gently, quietly, making certain that everybody else is still asleep / alive, barring Naya's snoring. Slowly.
Are you just moving the character around to the other side of the building?
Yes, probably.
Yes. You follow him out the door and see him go down an alley. Reuven, as you head into the alley next door, you do see the flashes of light return.
Glorious. Reuven will find a place in the trees and just sort of hang out there.
You can hear what sounds like gnawing. You can do a perception check if you like.
Oh, yeah.
For fuck's sakes, you and your timing.
As you catch up and look outside, and you go ahead and get into the tree to look around, you notice a large rat. And the rat seems to be feeding other rats, and it does seem to have this unusual collection of crystalline structures sticking out of its back.
Reuven will continue to sit in the trees and casually observe the rat. while holding the weapon.
Vale, what do you do watching Rovan kind of sit in the tree?
Do I see this red thing?
Give me a perception check. You definitely see the big fucking ass rat that's currently chewing and eating other rats.
Vale's gonna stay out of sight, sort of.
There you go. I put you on the screen now. You see that it goes ahead and feeds. And if you guys are going to stay out of view, I do need a stealth check. You guys are able to stay hidden enough as you watch it devour the 3 rats. And then it progresses back over to this vent over here and seems to pull the vent up, the grates up, and make its way down. And it disappears below the surface.
Vale's officially fed up with it and is going to just back out slowly, waiting for Rovan to do so.
Rovan, what do you do?
Rovan will shrug and follow her. The rat is no concern to open.
Rovan is a practical man with practical solutions.
This man has a plan, and it doesn't involve taking bullshit.
Uh-oh.
And you guys head back. Do you talk at all as you walk back?
Vale is not going to let on that that she followed the idiot at all.
The idiot is very aware that that he has been followed out.
You guys make it back inside. Don't say a single word to each other without acknowledging each other at all. And Rovan, do you slide back underneath the bed?
Nah, Rovan will, having completed his meditation, will go and sit in a chair by the fire.
Okay, that's going to be interesting because Nox would not have had the discussion with Vale yet.
Okay. Rovan will go and sit over here in the corner, out of sight.
Oh, shit.
Meld with wall is one of his special abilities. I might actually write that down.
Okay, if you want to do that, I'll do it.
And if you... We'll talk about that later. And otherwise, if you guys don't do anything, Miss Naya?
I was planning on talking to him.
Oh, are you planning on talking?
Depends on if he answers, of course.
Generally, that starts with an inquiry.
Well, it would help if I had fucking 5 seconds to actually talk to people.
1,000 to 1,000.
Why are you being hunted by rats?
I'm not being hunted by rats. At least not as far as I know.
Red light?
Your guess is as good as mine. I was trying to sleep.
Were you? Under the bed, no less?
It is most easy to sleep or meditate when one is in a safe environment.
Mind that we find you a cave.
Caves are not necessarily safe. I suspect
you
that
can't find yourself on the top of the ceiling.
I do not usually hang out on the top of the ceiling.
You should find a way to do so.
I can. It's just not a particularly inviting environment. I'm no stranger to navigating in 3 dimensions, gravity or not.
Is that so?
It is.
I don't
love it.
understand you.
I'm sorry, you'll have to speak up. I didn't catch that at all.
I don't understand you.
That is of no concern to mine. I'm not.
As
It makes no difference.
naturally, of course, it wouldn't be of any concern to you. How often have you been in a group such as this?
Such as this, I would say this group is fairly unique.
You normally are alone.
I am normally alone or with those of my calling,
Such as?
such as those of my calling.
Which is?
Like a
Rovan will
dog with a
just-
bone.
I'll bite you.
Rovan will just glance over and smile faintly at her.
You think you're funny for someone who doesn't exactly hang out with those of his calling very often.
I do not consider humor to be one of my strong suits. No.
I've noticed.
Have you now? No. It is good to have one with such high perception.
I'm going to hurt you too.
I fully expect that, and I'm
Very
While that
aware
would
of
be
the fact that
unfortunate.
you wish to not have that as well. Yes, I understand that.
While that would be very unfortunate, it is a possibility that I have considered in some lengths.
Of course you have. That's why you ended up in a room with me, alone, hiding under a bed, where I'd know where you were.
It's like
There was an
college.
open bed, and
You could have found
The-
any other place, except you seem to be uncomfortable with me, sir. Mr. Bullshittery ahead.
I'm not particularly comfortable or uncomfortable with you.
You're not particularly comfortable or uncomfortable with anybody.
Oh my god. My head hurts.
Rovan will shrug. I do not see why my comfort level is any of concern to yours, but I suppose I should thank you for your concern.
Do you not normally have anyone worried about your concern and or your comfort?
Typically, the only one
Is yourself. Has anyone
correct.
else cared?
Not particularly, no.
And why did you suggest that you needed a couple of 100 years to teach me how to get out of handcuffs?
Because that's how long such skills typically require for mastery.
Is that how long it would take you to have learned such a thing?
I've learned many things over my travels.
That one particularly. If you're going to speak in riddles, get on with it.
I'm not speaking in riddles.
You're speaking in obtusities.
I'm answering your questions.
As obtusely as possible.
If you want more specific answers, ask more specific questions.
Get to the point of the specificness of the questions I've asked.
I've answered your questions.
Poorly.
Thoroughly.
In what reality do you consider any of the answers that you've given me thorough?
Well, this one for a start.
Congratulations, it's the first one that you've actually answered in any semblance of thoroughness.
Going back to my previous answer, and I don't have time.
Do I
or
need
the
to give
energy.
you a fucking D20 20 questions quiz in order to figure out your everything? Or are you gonna actually, like, answer anything that I ask?
It depends on what you ask.
Naturally. What, pray tell, do you plan on doing for the rest of the evening?
You totally cut out there. I have no idea what you asked.
What, pray tell, do you plan on doing for the rest of the evening?
Sitting here.
Boring, as it were. Would you like a book?
Not particularly.
You enjoy staring at the wall, then, do you?
I'm clearly not staring at the wall as I have my back to it.
Oh my god, I can't even. I literally can't even.
And you assume that there's only one wall in this room?
You
What?
assume that I'm in.
Okay, unless you two are going to say something productive, can I conclude that you guys are going to start going back and forth against each other for the next several hours?
Sure.
I feel like the cycle will not end. Kaya, I know you're trying really hard.
It's not working. Wow.
We're going to leave it there to say that you two continue this war game of mental brooding between the two of each other.
Questions, you son of a bitch!
I have answered every single one of your
Because you answer it with an actual answer instead of a deflection.
Each
Now you
of those were actual answers. Once again, if you want specific answers,
Vale
ask
is going to
specific
just
questions.
give up and go over to the bar and pour herself a drink and sit behind the bar and just grab a bottle and leave a couple gold on the counter and go, fine. If you're
Rovan will-
incapable of legitimately answering questions when you're legitimately asked with anything that is actually fucking useful, then I invite you to have a drink on my dime, and in the meantime, consider the fact that maybe, just potentially maybe, your goddamn hiding from whatever the fuck you're hiding from is not going to get you any further. However, it may get you several of people around you who you are incapable of actually working with, and in the meantime, whom you are forced to work with. And I would assume that your inability to answer any questions with a straight fucking answer instead of contradicting ridiculousness and just in general being a bastard about it will get them more annoyed at you than anything else. But by all means, have a drink and pretend that it keeps you safe.
First of all, your inability to ask appropriate questions is
Your
no
inability
fault
to
of mine.
answer any question with anything else other than a deflection.
And second of all, I do not drink as it dulls the senses, and one must be prepared at all times.
They'll find a fresh glass, pull out her flask, pour a wee bit in, and slide it towards the end of the bar where he sits. Perhaps you'll find this a wee bit more able to keep your senses sharp then. Although on the offhand that you don't prefer that, hand it back and get yourself some water.
She hands you
Going
a
to
glass of red liquid.
Very small
Rovan
amount.
will take one look at the liquid. Oh, your kindness is very much appreciated, but I will have to decline your offer at this time.
Would you prefer tea? I'm sure they
I
won't
would.
mind if somebody brews some.
I require no libations at this time, but thank you very much for your concern.
Naturally. They'll down the glass, wash it, fill it up with some water, and hand it to him. Fine, if you're going to be a pain in the ass, enjoy your water, your libations or lack thereof, and your wall staring.
Rovan will nod.
And then she's going to go back and sit in the fucking sit in her fucking chair and go back to whatever the fuck she was doing.
Rovan will practice his wall melding.
Naya, it is your turn. Thank you, very, very, very patient with us.
No rush, no fuss.
You really
Fucking obtuse pain in the ass.
really took it.
Naya,
But
you are sleeping away, and so is Hunziker. The room is nice and quiet, except for the crackling of some fire outside, and what you hear is the bickering of two very stubborn people back and forth between each other.
Very quietly, but neither here nor there.
As you were sleeping, you were woken by what sounds a bit like a loud thud.
She jolts straight upright, basically. It's like,
as your bag has seemingly fallen to the floor.
oh no. Well, she squirms to the edge of the bed and pulls it up and peeks in. Just like,
skull.
What?
You notice that
The undead.
it's incredibly black. Where usually you're able to kind of pick out your item of choice. But it is incredibly dark inside. And as you're kind of looking,
my soul.
dark like your soul.
Yeah,
As you stare, into the into
Edge
the
queen.
bag as the bard goes gothic.
She can join the bat in the corner.
Naya wakes up and she has her bangs are in front of her face and they're black.
The room,
No,
the
no.
room has disappeared. No, your hair is in front of your face. Oh, thank God.
Call me by my name, Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven. Yay!
No.
The gloves are
And if anybody says they love that, I will stake you with an actual decent fan fiction.
the gloves are fingerless now.
I like that.
Oh my God, you guys are.
Me too.
Sorry. I'm not
Me-
sorry. I'm kind of sorry.
You're not, you jerk. I know that thing. It was terrible. Why exactly
was,
did you
that's-
prove that
that's-
one?
That's the point. I'm being an ass about it.
Oh, I miss you.
As Naya, you look into the bag. You very quickly see something swift move from your bag, reach out, and grab your arm, and it begins to pull.
It's like, wait, whoa, no, not, no. And,
It's pulling and it's not letting go, and it's getting stronger. I need an athletics check
uh-oh.
because it is pure white, leathery, and sticky at the same time.
I don't like that. I do not like that. Well, where's my sheet? Where's my sheet? I have the sheet here. It is here. I have been working on it. It is complete, or close enough to, anyway. Okay, so yeah, it's just a just straight D20. I have no proficiency, but I do have Jack of all trades. Oh God, that's a 3.
You feel your arm getting pulled in more, and you very quickly start to recognize that this is not a great situation. As you watch tendrils start to come out from your bag.
No.
They look octopus in nature. And they are pulling you in. Do you do anything?
Nia actually shoves her head in the bag and yells, "Little Peter!"
Oh. You stick your head in the bag, and you see a wall of eyes, black eyes, staring at you.
Nia screams, fit to wake the dead.
I need perception checks.
Do I have advantage since I'm in the same room?
You can have advantage. She is screaming into a bag.
As long as it's a real scream, like.
Do you want one from everybody, Sean?
Everyone can do it.
20.
Yeah, 19.
If you got above a 10, I will accept it. This is a bard screaming. You know her voice is strong.
Tails
And
up
you-
and moving.
And you hear distressing sounds from anyone not in the room coming from the once playful snoring.
Well, yeah, like bolt up, right? Naya, are you all right? What's wrong? Do I see the things coming out of the bag, or?
You see that her body is halfway already going in. She is only having one arm out. Naya, your mouth immediately gets covered by these tendrils.
I
Grabbing
bite.
and pulling her back.
And
I bite hard.
I need athletics checks. As Naya, you only hear in your mind.
1 second, let me see. I don't.
And how many tentacles are there?
They're inside the bag with her.
Oh.
But you do see things starting to like pull out of the bag.
How many?
Maybe about 4.
Okay, Sean, quickly, like,
Yeah.
well, like she's being brought in, she's being dragged in.
Yes.
So I have the spell Magnify Gravity, which makes it so things need to do a strength check to move
Was
them.
there screaming or
It
something?
says objects that aren't being
Okay,
more
so-
carried. Would I be able to use this or it
my
can
God.
have like someone's speed? Would you allow me to use either of those effects on her to like slow her down before the others get there?
You can.
Hold on,
I love
has
this.
anyone else screamed wake up?
Now the question is, I just showed Naya, give me a thumbs up if it's so. This might hurt, but I can slow it down.
Are you willing to sacrifice grip on the bag to give him a thumbs up?
Can I just?
Or just any
this is
any type of
dangerous.
signal, really.
Nia's going to like lift one leg in the air and sort of wave it around, like
Okay.
sort of kick frantically with one leg upwards.
Okay, I will cast magnify gravity so it catches her, but not the bag. Then.
You find that the grip does not let go.
No, but I'm just trying to slow her.
Oh yeah. Oh no,
slow
I
her
know you.
down.
It slows her down. She can feel the pull is not as much, but it's definitely still got a hold of her. And Naya, as you feel yourself getting pulled in, the eyes which get closer to your face, just simply say, "The research must continue."
Nia just like, you don't just tell me this like a decent person. Let me go, asshole.
Yeah. And then after I cast that and I hear that, then I'll like grab her legs and like I'll start using my flying and start pulling as well. Yeah.
So she's not technically you're grabbing her, but she's not technically holding anything except the bag. So if you pull her, you're just pulling her and the bag together.
Mm-hmm.
Can
We'll grab
someone
the
have
bag. Yeah, I'll grab the bag
Thank
then.
you, fix it.
I'll go hold the bag.
Oh wait, Nox, did you not get a above a 10?
No, I actually rolled a nat 1.
Oh my word. Well,
Nah.
at least he's gonna wake up from a good night's sleep to find out all this shit went down without him.
And I will say that
The wall.
Amira got a
Literally on the
6.
other wall is on the outside, out of the side of the wall from you. Go kick it.
Now, here's the question. Compression. No, sorry, not compression. Clank. Clank would hear this, wouldn't he?
Would he know to do anything about it, though?
Clank is actually somewhat self-autonomous.
I'll give him a roll.
Yeah, like let's hope he feels curious.
You see, well, if you were to see, you can hear whirling as Clank's head spins an alarm, and he projects a loud screeching sound, similar to that, essentially, alert, alert, alert. You see Amira rubbing her eyes, trying to come up, and you see compression kind of enter into a stance. And then you watch as Clank kind of busts out of the door and into the next room.
Oh, bless his heart.
Nox is going to... how long's it been since Nox went back to bed? An hour?
This is in the middle of the night, so maybe an hour.
Okay, yeah, Nox is going to definitely not be as groggy. Compression! Help them! The fuck? And with that, compression will understand. Yes. 35? feet. Okay, he's in the room here too.
I was gonna say that's about as far as I made it.
Yeah. The compression's gonna walk in, and if anyone is, well, you know who compression. So.
Does compression know what to do? Will he try to put her in the bag?
Compression's gonna enter the room and wait for next command. The command was assist, so he's now, I guess, 50-50. Either put no, he would know that things go in the bag, people do not.
I mean, it's a bag of holding.
And Nox has made bags of holding before.
Bag of holding, not bag of hold person.
Yeah.
He is having a ones and zeros moment right now.
Yeah, unless someone can order him.
But
Vale
yeah.
will most certainly do if she gets a moment.
And I'm gonna burn another spell because I realized, like, actually, I should probably I'm gonna cast the magnify gravity on the bag actually, because it's an object, so that'll be rooted in place.
Rovan, the 24 is that an athletics check?
No, that's perception. I can give you athletics if you want.
Oh, sorry. Anyone trying to help Naya? Naya, you get another athletics check.
Oh, Jesus
22.
Christ.
Can she have advantage since I'm like holding like?
Yes.
since I use my
Anyone else
anti-gravity?
helping, she can get advantage on this.
Okay, so I'm rolling 2 d20s. That's a 6 and a 2. 6 is not enough.
Chronal shift. Try again. Roll another
Okay.
d20.
You feel your
19!
It's not working, and then I
Now,
reverse
look
time,
at
and
the
hey, there we
person
go.
who Hold Naya down and keep the bag away from her.
one group starts to try to pull the bag away. The other group is trying to grab Naya. Naya, you get a good foothold onto like the part of the bed frame, and you are able to start pulling away. But these tendrils are going at you. You feel them wrapping close around your face. Oxygen is starting to have trouble. The chronal shift was able to go ahead and get you to pull your face away enough to go ahead and breathe. Do you say anything or do anything?
Wait, did we put the Illithid's amulet in there,
You
perchance?
did.
Motherfucker! She's like, it's insistent, and then she probably gets her head dragged back in there because she is not thinking super clearly.
Bill
And also
will look at this and kind of have an idea about what's going on. Reach in beside her and will the amulet out.
I'm gonna need a.
Oh, no.
I need athletics.
You also don't have.
Nia is also going to. I don't suppose I can help it like at this angle with all of this nonsense. Then again, it's wrapped around me. I feel like that should make it so I can like hold the tendrils, or like keep them
What was I
distracted so I
rolling?
can drink it. Athletics, I think it was.
Yes, it was athletics.
Can I offer the
Well.
help action?
You can.
Okay, so I'm going to help. So you get
Don't forget, you have an inspiration die too.
You do. You guys do have
Yeah.
inspiration die.
yeah, I can give you bardic inspiration too.
Oh god, my face is being consumed. Help me!
Yep, exactly exactly that.
All right, one more inspiration. How much do I get for inspiration?
You get one free roll at the cost of the inspiration.
Bardic inspiration, I think, is at this level a D6 or D8.
I think it's d6 at our level.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I guess like you know what? Just in case, I rolled pretty good on inside. I'll be like, Roven, the protection spell again.
Okay. I don't
I
know
think
if it'll
she's-
work.
She's going for that amulet, I think.
Okay, well, we'll give it a shot, and Rovan will cast Protection from Good and Evil.
Rovan, while you are beginning to cast your spell, I will mind you and say that in your mind you hear a scream.
Rovan, hearing that, will instantly become more alert and go, okay, and continue to cast.
And as the scream ends, in your mind, specifically you, Rovan, you hear, I. And this is. Sorry, apologies, you don't know. Anyway, I will not be kicked out twice.
And then Rovan will mutter himself, no, it won't be twice, it'll be thrice and quad. As many times as it takes, you insignificant.
Again, that son of a bitch. Is my sword screaming at me too?
You can see light, pure light coming out of the sheath of your blade.
Well, no, I can't. I believe that I'm like staring into a bag, willing something to happen.
The room is filling with blue.
How many tentacles are visible?
There are 4.
Have I completed my spell?
So one action, touching a creature until it's spell, blah, 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 da, da,
Rogan,
da,
are you
da.
casting in, like on me, or are you casting in general at the room?
It's one. The target is one willing creature.
I was going to cast it on Nea there.
Okay.
Well, that's a good plan.
Yeah.
might, you know.
Wait,
let
were you
go.
casting it on?
That's on Nia. Naya.
Either works, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, not that.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
You can swear to give away.
Your head is currently encased in something you cannot speak.
I'm a bard. I'll find a
Bro,
way.
you're a wee bit far away. Come visit, and then you can come at me, bro.
Anyways,
You,
sorry.
you feel the protection kind of wash over you, and you start to get more strength. And the blue light coming from the sword in its sheath gets brighter and brighter, almost filling the room with blue. And around this time, it becomes audible to everyone's mind.
Wait, what?
Everyone's awake now, essentially.
Is it speaking words?
Everyone except Naya can actually hear this, because you have the protection of good and evil.
Oh no.
And it is right about then that, Naya, you feel like you have a good enough strength to pull out of this bag.
Oh no.
Do you choose to pull out of the bag?
Oh, but if I do. Mm. I'm going to
Out of the
try and
bag.
grab. I'm going to try and grab the amulet.
I do apologize. Kaya, Vale, you tried reaching in for the amulet and you could not pull it out. Nothing came to your hand.
Well, yeah, I expect somebody's face was in the way.
This is not a very big slot.
Yeah. So Nia's going to like pull back just enough to breathe and then reach in and just like will the amulet to her hand. Like, no, you come the fuck out of there. You come the fuck out of there right now.
You pull yourself out of the bag, and something comes with you.
Nia just looks
What's
extremely.
something?
That's something.
You guys watch a figure with its arms on Naya pull itself out, and it's wearing the amulet.
Nia's like, oh fuck no, you get off there, no, right now.
Would Nox
she's, like,
finally be in the room by this time?
And it turns towards you, Naya, and goes, "The research must not end."
Bale's
Okay,
gonna
get
pull
the
her
fuck
hand
off
out immediately and like pull a dagger and stab this thing into the wall.
Nia intercedes, like she literally body blocks Vale out of the way. Like, nope, not get the amulet, not.
I need a attack roll.
Where the fuck's my dice?
Boom. From whom do you
18.
need
Does this count with sneak attack?
Oh no.
Adjacent,
I have no
I'd say
fucking
yeah.
idea.
I guess not, since you didn't declare it, but
Regardless,
mental
no,
thought.
I just want to damage it. I want it away from people.
What did you get?
18.
That does hit.
Would Nox be in here by this time?
Nox would have arrived, yes.
Oh, okay.
And you would have arrived to see this purple bruised body halfway out of the bag, holding Naya, and screeching commands at her.
And Naya just like actively freaking out, but not. It doesn't look like in the direction you'd expect. She's like she's mostly trying to grab the amulet off of this thing.
And all the while,
Also
you
for
guys
the-
can
also
all
for
still
the
hear.
the bottom of the throat, and you can go for the amulet.
No, no.
You can't talk.
I mean,
She's
she's
strategically planning this. People are endangering Vale's blood's up, and like shit keeps going wrong. She's about 5 seconds from yelling for Nox and waking the entire fucking place up. And also knocking her sword off of the fucking roof.
Nox, for what it's worth, when Nox gets in, he's going to see this and be, whoa, we're doing the research. Just relax.
we're doing the research now. Get off. Like,
You see
it's
Clank
almost
and
comical.
you see Clank and Compression grabbing from the bag, trying their best to pull the other way. As this,
So there's. Can we all see the physical? We can all see the.
you can all see this very clearly.
The comedy of errors.
As you all see what appears to be someone going back after Naya.
All right. She'll touch on it then on the thing because everything else will hit other people. So.
She sees people. She keeps like seeing people going for this thing and like yelling, "No, not that, no!"
Are you body blocking again there, Miss Naya?
Yes, she's like sort of shoving her shoulder in the way, like, "No."
I need another attack roll from Hunziker.
I was going to say, can she do that? Because she did that to Vale, and I think...
I don't think so, but we're rolling with it for a second because it's really funny.
Oh,
She's like freaking out, like, "No, stop it, no, don't, no."
Vale will happily.
Well,
be
it's sarcastic.
bluffing,
Why
will
not?
happily
Why
turn
shouldn't
around
we
and
look?
for the go for the amulet then?
Get the amulet, and just later. Just amulet. Get the amulet. No,
Hey.
you not a word out of you, Mister.
So this thing's not a threat. It's like it's okay.
The amulet. Please get it off.
Research.
Can I grab the amulet and have chopped it off the damn thing's neck?
that's...
Oh wait, he's wearing the amulet. I thought Naya was
Oh,
like. Was,
No,
was
he's wearing the
holding it.
amulet.
He's wearing the
Oh, he's
amulet.
holding
and
the
she's freaking
amulet.
out about it.
Okay. Yeah, just
All the
cut it
while
off
you're-
then.
All the while, you all have the worst headaches from this screaming sound in your head.
Is my sword still screaming blue?
Can Nia like shove her hand past into the bag again, like sort of call for a dagger, maybe?
He's really taken up that spot.
Damn, I figured, but you know, it was worth a shot. Wait, does he have a dagger on him?
No.
Damn. Why did you not keep short blades? She's just sort of swearing, like grabbing at the amulet. No, not one more word. We get
Yeah,
it.
you-
The research.
Yeah, Vale, cut it off. Just cut that thing off it then.
Get
That's what I'm trying to do. What did he say?
like he repeats himself. Get him back. What'd you hear now? he had said Kennebax.
Cannabacks, great, fantastic. Let him go.
Yeah, well, I think Vale's cutting the string at the amulet.
I need an attack roll.
Knew it was gonna happen eventually.
Natural one.
No.
Natural one.
Ooh, no.
I have one more chronal shift, so roll again and see if you get better.
Fair enough.
And you also have a bardic inspiration, so if you need it, there's an extra d6 for you.
And a normal day
Seven.
inspiration.
Whoa,
You
whoa,
are
whoa.
cutting at it, but it is not piercing the amulet's design.
Can I try and lift it over his head since
No,
he's like...
no, hang
back
on.
him?
I don't want to cut the amulet. I want the cord.
The cord that's on him,
Oh, for
or the
fuck's
cord of the
sake,
bag.
The cord that's on him. I'm cutting it off of him.
Yes, and it's not cutting.
Just checking.
Yeah, it's worth a try. Oh, I should
Can I
never
try
let this
again
thing
when
in
everybody
there.
else is settled?
Ever let this thing go in there? I should
Hey,
not let that happen.
Compression,
So-
lift that amulet off that stupid thing's head.
Compression will obey. I guess Compression is going to try and make a grapple.
I need an attack roll.
I mean, if there's a grapple and then an attack roll, it could probably.
It's
be-
technically an unarmed strike.
Oh.
I guess that'd be technically strength, right?
Yes.
12.
That does not pass as he struggles to go ahead and get hold of the body without hurting Naya. Naya, I need another athletics check as he tries to pull you back in.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He is struggling to hold you.
I'm going to make my own grab for the amulet because I can't make it worse, can I?
Probably not.
Next question.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's just unarmed strike, I guess.
It's a strength attack roll.
Oh boy, my worst stat.
You're doing great.
I'm really not.
You're doing great.
Shut up and don't roll a 1.
Well, I rolled a 4.
Roll one.
Yeah, I'm out of rerolls, so you're all on your own.
That's
now.
alright. I'm just trying to get it off. Like, just piss off with your research that no one invited you. She's really
I came for the
flustered.
party.
Nox is going to pull out his pistol, get ready, but he's going to say, "Desist, or you will die."
I will not deny that he will not desist.
Oh, and Nox is going to pull the trigger at the thing's head.
I need attack roll.
I'm going to.
Oh, that'd be an 18.
That hits.
All right, this is going to fucking suck to be him today.
No.
Trust me, I have a reason for this.
Nia is not happy with this. Like,
13
physically.
damage.
You pull the pistol and you watch as a portion of the skull does come off,
I'm hoping
but it does not let go.
Does his grip loosen at all?
No.
Nia is like, put that down. Put that gun down right now. I swear to. She's
How
freaking
close
out
am I to
actively.
him?
You are all surrounding this creature.
Lovely. I'm gonna bite him.
No.
Go for an attack roll.
Oh no!
On second thought, I'm gonna go back to trying to cut the damn cord. Or no, we're just gonna fucking cut the cord and we're gonna swear on this dice.
Rovan will look over at Mia and go, "You require this amulet, but you do not wish this creature harmed. Is that correct?"
Yes, thank you.
Not trying to fucking hurt him.
Well,
So,
we're running out of options here.
The amulet-
We got a lot left.
I don't care what happens to the amulet as long as it's off.
okay. So Rovan will walk over to
Wait,
this
attack
creature and poke it in its eyes to distract it.
Just both fingers,
With
like.
the other hand, grasping the amulet to pull it off as soon as it's distracted.
You're going to Three Stooges him.
I'm going to Three Stooges him, yes.
2 attack
We're
rolls.
going for like a 20, but you know, hey, let
No,
him do
not
what
the
he has
desk.
to do.
Not the desk, tater
So
tot.
the first one is to go for the eye poke.
Go for the eyes, boo! Go for the eyes!
Oh well, this is the second one. I swear I didn't make this up, but
Tater tot. Let me guess, you rolled a 20 and a 1.
I did not. But I actually rolled the same thing twice.
Incredible, incredible.
So 2 15s.
The 15 is enough to go ahead and get into his eyes as you feel the uncomfortable squish.
No.
And with the other 15, you are successful in pulling at this amulet and getting it up and off the head. Naya, the fight stops.
Oh, well, she finishes like pulling him out of the bag and is like, oh no, oh no. Like, she is not especially pleased about this. Okay, so she's going to she's going to peel him out of the bag, put the bag aside, like just she's got probably a bit of like
Goop.
uncomfortable looking goop on her face, and she actually bends over and grabs the piece of skull and like sort of winces a little bit and then puts it back on his head and is like, you couldn't
Super
have
glue will
waited.
work.
Something like that. She's I don't suppose cure wounds works on an undead.
No.
No, it really
Vale
doesn't.
is fucking furious, and like you guys can't see her eyes, but her teeth are super bared and super scary.
Did you bite him, by the way?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Good. I don't
So
know what would have happened.
On,
So
so
I
he,
thought these liches didn't regenerate, but I guess they do.
That's not a lich. That's my brother.
what?
Well, you could have said that.
As you
I was
guys,
a little busy.
so
Well, it's about clear communication. Have you not learned about the closed loop communication style? It's really important in like a situation like this.
I
It
will-
helps a lot.
I
Somebody
will
come
stab
back.
you. Shut up.
Somebody
I'd like to see you
come
try.
back when all this is finished.
Rovan
like-
is thoroughly unimpressed with the situation. Walks over to
It
Mia,
is like
hands the
really-
amulet over. and
Thank you
go,
for
"Do be
thank
more
you."
careful with this," and then walks back out. and
Mia
it's
just
been
sort of
full.
flops
Vale's
back
going to
on the
pour
bed,
herself
covers
like tequila and just sit there drinking.
Nia's going to flop back on the bed, take a deep breath, covering her eyes, count to 20, and then sit back up and be like, in my defense, I did not think that this. I'm sorry. She's like, first she looks at the corpse and it's like, I'm really sorry. I did not realize it would actually be able to. I thought they would keep you separate. So much for the
I'm gonna go to
bag.
sleep, so I leave the room. I walk out and go to the other bedroom.
everyone fucking's like, I'm not dealing with this
Well,
bullshit.
I'm gonna go back to sleep now. So
Oh, okay. Well, I'll explain in the morning, I guess. But yeah.
I'd like to say it's good meeting you, like salute the brother, but no, you're kind of gross. And I walk out the door.
Nia's just like, it's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Doesn't make him less gross as I'm walking out the door.
Nox is gonna be standing there looking at this, going, "Did I say something about in?"
Just
You hear. All of this has happened. People have started to leave. Nox, compression, Clank, this undead individual, and now the only ones in the room. And all you just hear is as you watch Clank's literal jaw fall off and hit the floor as he looks at the body that is currently trying to position the piece of skull back into place.
Nia gets up and like sort of gets out one of like she digs around in the bag, pulls out a healing kit, digs out a roll of bandages, and just goes over and like sort of helps him secure it down. Like this is not how she would have preferred this night to go, but surprise.
There's an eerie quiet in the room.
At least it wasn't a lich. I will give you space with your brother.
She sighs. It's. I will explain this, and I promise it's
Rovan, where'd
not
you
as
go?
bad as it looks.
Rovan does his own thing. Rovan is.
Yeah, but his token's gone.
I think he literally went outside.
He's had enough
Rovan's
of
had
this
an-
shit.
Rovan has
God.
thoroughly had
He-
enough of this.
he's in a-
thoroughly unimpressed with the night's events.
He's back in a tree somewhere.
Man,
blame
this
him.
landed at the very end of an absolute night full of bullshit too. Oh God.
Apologies for blowing your face off. I thought you were a lich.
Nia gives his shoulder a little pat. It's like he has a little trouble talking right now, but
Go on, tell me he's an amputee. This will just be hilarious.
Well,
You're not in the
That's
room.
technically true, but it's just half of his face.
This sounds terrible, but it'll grow back. She
I'm-
sounds a little grim about it. Don't ask.
I'm not even
don't-
going to ask.
I am.
Vale's long gone.
I am aware of some undead being great, so.
I promise I'm not a necromancer. If that helps any.
No, no offense, but this is well beyond you.
I think it's well
Vale
beyond.
mutters from the other room, having heard all this. We'll discuss this in the morning. Go back to sleep and put your creature
He's not a creature.
somewhere safe. And fuck fucking monster that keeps annoying the fuck out of my sword. You owe me headache medication.
Yeah, your sword has quieted down since.
In the meantime, I'm damn certain that Vale has had more than a few headaches from this thing.
I think we all have.
You can't all hear it.
Vale, do a perception check when you return back to the Great Hall.
Spider back.
Okay, now it is. Fuck you.
Nox is going to go back to his room. And
I promise
Clank
we're finishing up soon, folks. I promise.
he'll pick up Clank's jaw and drag Clank out by his scruff of his collar if he has to. And if Clank is too heavy to move, he will call compression to pick Clank up and carry him into the other room.
He has not broke line of sight of this creature up until when he actually is pulled out of the room. And yes, you pick up his jaw and assist putting it back on. And he returns back to his corner, staring basically at the wall. With your natural 20, when you return, it's been several hours, but as you happen to return back to where your seat was, where Spirit was, you do see that up until where his sternum is, has now turned the same color as the skull.
Is he okay?
Well, he's dead, and we're
Is he
undead.
okay for being dead? Damn it!
Do you speak Spirit?
Can I ask him if he's okay?
You can.
I do.
It's still laying there.
Can I gently gather him and put him in my pocket and see if he moves in the meantime?
You can.
Does he move?
No. Naya, do you do anything else now that your brother is currently on the desk?
She just sort of sits down and stares at the wall for like 20 minutes.
He kind of leans up and points towards his head.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So she's like, I'm presuming she finished the bandaging job first, so it's like, he's put back together at least.
Mostly.
She's like, I'm so
been a
sorry.
night.
He's actually not pointing at that part. He's actually pointing at the other part, like towards his brain.
Oh, having trouble with words right now?
I may have blown his motor center off.
It will grow back probably by tomorrow morning, fortunately. But that's not pleasant. I'm sorry.
Get up.
What?
Get up. Saying. Get up, Axe.
What?
It's still talking to
What
you?
stuff?
No.
Hon, I can't
That's the
hear
last
you.
bit
You're
of its
walking away and
breath
I'm
leaving it.
listening.
Nia sighs and is like, I'm not going to put you back in the bag after all of that. Do you want to lie down? Do you want to sit up? Like,
I don't think he would carry the way. He's just kind of on the desk and sitting on the desk.
Nia is just like completely out of brain power at this point. She just shakes her head and is like, okay, we'll figure it out in the morning. I don't even know what time it is. She gets up and she like grabs a rag and actually no, she prestidigitates all the blood and goop off the floor and the wall because that's
Who took the amulet?
Nia currently has the amulet. Robin handed it back to her and said, "Be careful with this."
Nia
you have the
proceeds to
amulet.
take it and it's funny, I thought it was in like another bag inside the bag. Anyway, she's going to like find something to like wrap it up in and sort of, well, since he's not in the bag. It's probably safe in the bag, so she's going to put it back in the bag. Though she really doesn't want to, there's like nowhere else to put it. It's a pocket dimension and it's away from everyone else, so it's probably safer in there than out here. If she still hates it, she's like, we're going to have words later, you motherfucker, and then throws it in there and like draws the string and stuffs it under a pillow and sits down on it grumpily.
It's odd to tell, but you can kind of see like a half smile after you said motherfucker to it. But yeah. And he will remain there until dawn. Does anyone else have anything, knowing that it is currently 11:07?
It's only 11:07. I thought it would have been.
No. I'm talking like right now. It's 11:07 for me.
Real life, right? Yeah, it's fine.
I can feel Hunziker's sleepiness coming on as we're closing down on the session.
I had way too much caffeine today. I am still wired.
You guys, listen, I know some of y'all may be tired, and that's totally fine, and you can go ahead and rest your turn. If y'all have something to say to each other or do, I will just let you know. You can go as long as you want. But unless, does anyone else have any commentary or anything they want to do right now as the night finishes off?
No, last thing Hunziker says is that it doesn't make him less gross as he walks out the door.
And Hunziker goes back to bed, rethinking about how he's supposed to sleep from now on, as he tries to look for a comfortable way to rest on his bed with his wing situation.
Yeah, am I cold-blooded? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Nox is going to be laying in bed.
You can do a history check real quick.
Oh, yeah. I was actually kind of hoping that I'd have that history check while looking at the objects, but I take it that was for...
Oh, that reminded me. Could I make an Arcana check before I shoved the thing back in the bag? Just to, like, I don't know.
What are you Arcanaing for?
I don't even know what the fuck it, like, if it's conscious right now, what it's trying to do, if it's, like, trying to do anything at all, if it has a connection to anything else other than poor little brother.
Not actively that you can tell. You put in the bag. You have noticed that the glass in the center has completely cleared.
I don't like that.
Similar to prior to your first experience with it.
Bitches in his body. Fantastic.
Oh, I was going to say it looks the same as the first time. Let me do a quick history. So you guys went ahead and had the amulet. You had Vale go ahead and talk with it. It had its moment. The gem within the center turned black and then slowly began to dissipate like smoke and has returned back to that same color.
That means Vale.
Does she want to, though?
Ha! You should have heard her
Right
response.
this minute.
What did you get for your history check there, Nox?
Thank God, a dirty 20. Fucking one bad roll, one good roll.
As you kind of look it over, you can now get a better look at it, and you can determine it's made of something called infernal steel. But is defined as a blood red metal found usually within the infernal planes, which is resistant and captures the hot and flames. I think it means the heat, but the person wrote hot. As it shifts its design. Does anyone else have anything before you guys finish up for the night?
That Tanakin?
Tenagon.
How do I spell that?
Do I
I definitely spelled it wrong then.
Do I know what this key is, or unknown?
First of all, to spell it, it's Tenagen.
Okay.
And you Hansaker, notice that as you finally return to sleep, you don't have any new visions. And as to answer Nox's question, you don't know anything about the key, but you know the metal. It's a rare metal. It's actually very valuable metal, around 750 gold pieces.
Can I do an Arcana check to see what enchantment it has?
You can.
Ooh. Plus, and when I closed it, that's. Ooh, Jesus, that's 23.
You have determined that it is in fact a magic key, but you feel confident that it could be used to open a door.
Oh.
A door or any door?
A door lowercase. You want to go give it a shot?
Sigil City of Doors?
Front. I wouldn't know. Do these, do the door
They do.
and Nox is lock it?
I need a 1d8.
Ha, 8.
You go ahead and stick the key in, and as you're doing it, you watch as the key's teeth kind of immediately mimic that of what the lock requires, and you stick it in. And as you turn the key, you feel pain shooting up your arm.
Ooh.
And you watch as your veins bulge, and you watch as a trail of small blood seems to leave your finger into the key. And the door unlocks. You take
Vampire
8
key?
you take 8 damage.
Oh.
Oh no.
I'm just going to cure that back with my cure. So, after doing a little bit of reading, apparently, and I kind of knew this before, Artificer's magic is not traditional magic, where like Naya may like cure wounds, put her hand on it or whatnot. No, for Nox, what he's going to have is he's going to pull out his multi-tool, and he is going to shine it over his where like the blood came out of, and sonic it back, injury back to full health.
Okay.
Yeah, so apparently with artificers, I can totally do flavor that. It's not traditional magic; it is special magic. So like, I can have nanites and shit.
Nanites and shit I like. Anyone else have anything before dawn?
Robin is thoroughly impressed in his tree.
Rovan, you have not seen any more of that rat, but otherwise it is an incredibly comfortable tree.
Robin is content not seeing any more of that rat.
But yeah, your night continues on for everybody. And by dawn, breakfast is served to you all. They did ask you about, did everything go okay? Because we heard a lot of rustling downstairs.
Couple of bad dreams. Other than that, we're all good. Thank
Well,
you very much for everything.
poor Nexie was actually having a terrible nightmare. She heard a scream that just wouldn't go away.
Oh no.
And
Must be a really bad nightmare. I hope that they're all right.
Yeah, there's some really weird sounds in the city. I don't know. The city's just got some weird traffic patterns, I guess.
but uh-oh.
By the way, I was gonna say Rovan, but you know what? Nox didn't even bother looking to see. Nox didn't hurt. You were there when the discussion was happening between. So, for what it's worth, as soon as we all sit down at the table, Nox is gonna. So, have any interesting dreams last night? There. Oh shit!
Maybe that is the best time to stop then.
I like it. I like it.
Especially because there's things to like talk about and stuff like that.
Well, exactly. We have some serious discussions to be had. I seem to. Any ideas what the other two objects were?
Huh? What objects?
For Nox. Nox had two other objects to choose. This is
Oh.
all out of character, but I'm curious if anyone here have any ideas.
No, I didn't know. I didn't catch on to that, so no.
No,
One was a toy.
a toy and a cloak.
Oh, sorry about that. Internet dropped. Okay, my apologies. Anyway, so morning comes. You guys have a discussion with Rudix and the family, who all are like, "Oh God, my head hurt. I just had this searing fucking nightmare, and everything just, oh God." And they kind of discuss between each other. The pain they kind of went to. At one point, even Nexie had to go get some medicine from her mom, and she felt like it just wouldn't go away. And then they were even talking about how like there was a light show. They wanted to even ask poor Naya if maybe she was doing some performances in her room that of prestidigitation that caused the light show, because it seemed like outside it was very bright continuously. First there was a red light, then there was a blue light. But they kind of just left everything alone. Before I end with, and anyone else is allowed to continue. I just know everyone's itching to go. Those who are tired. A dwarf does come through the front door around 9 o'clock when you guys are just having breakfast, and he approaches your table and ends with, "Are you by chance all the group with the last call ship? I want to ask you about a job." And that's where that will end.
All right, so ignore what Nox said then.
You just don't. Can you come back and have a breakfast?
Yeah. Nox will look at
Too
him.
early?
Nox will look at him and go, "Join us for breakfast."
But yes,
Yeah.
I'm perfectly capable. Keep going. I just want to make sure no one else is like, I gotta go right now. Is everyone okay?
No, I think it's good calling it there.
Yeah, it'll do.
Vale, you would have noticed that the body of your spirit, now up to the thighs, is the same color as the skull.
Would we all see that? Would she show that, or would she be
Would she
yelling
show
at
it?
Nox, going, "What the fuck did you do to him?"
She's very gently going to just like leave him alone as he transitions. What color is the skull, by the way?
You could do an Arcana check if you want.
It's nice polished silver with beautiful engravings and
One damn time when it matters.
What'd you get?
6?
A 6. You would say that, well, he's still very dead for what a usual tiny spirit would be. But it's something's going on at least.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna leave him in my pocket as gently as possible.
You put him in your pocket, and what'd you do with his other skull, by the way?
Still in his pocket with him.
Still in his pocket with him. Got it. And yeah. Oh, by the way, are y'all doing anything with your eel in a
I
jar?
was just going to note that Rovan was going to feed him breakfast.
Animal handling, please.
What?
I'm ending on all the like possible rolls I gotta do.
Understood.
And while he's rolling, Naya, what did you do with your brother?
Well, she probably kept him she kept him out of the bag, that's for damn sure. She probably like snatched a couple of naps, but woke up here and there to make sure he was healing appropriately and everything. She like, even knowing what he is, she still worries because that is how she do.
You would have taken off the bandages and seen that the spot has actually repaired itself quite well. As strange and odd as the concept that somebody could put a gun to someone's head, pull the trigger, and then their brain would be repaired. But I will continue that in a second. Rovan, you go ahead and put more of the fresh guppy meat inside, and you can feel the pulling a little bit stronger this time, pulling away at the meat. But you continue to feed, and you don't sense that it is banging up against the insides of this cage.
Excellent.
Naya, to finish off, your brother will kind of change direction. In head. Sorry.
It's not your fault. I should have realized it could do that. You alright now?
I don't really know how to answer that as an undead.
Slow shrug.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just a shrug, maybe.
If anyone had ever seen oh god, what was it? Cold Hearts? Warm Bodies. That's it. The movie Warm Bodies with
Wait, is that the zombie fucker?
it's a zombie like Romeo and Juliet where someone goes high and he just kind of like really goes are you okay? Anyway, and that's it. Unless anyone else had very minor things they wanted to discuss or go, you guys are free to leave. Thank you so much.
As always, thank you, Sean.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Thanks.
Happy birthday!
Happy
Yep.
birthday.
Happy
This
birthday.
was
Thank you.
hilarious.
Thank you so much. You guys have a lot of directions and possible work on the table, and a lot of things happened. A lot of things happened. A lot of things happened. But other than some horrible headaches, possibly migraines, the death of one character, the undeath of another character, and a very annoying amulet, everyone seems to have pulled out okay. That was a
Actually,
thing.
Vale
Yeah,
is
no,
fucking
there was
annoyed with
things.
everything.
Okay, I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit and say the other option was Nia coming back reeking of necromancy every 10 days. And I'm going to gently direct you to the idea of one, she's a lore bard, two, there are just check second level necromancy spells learnable by clerics and wizards.
So we'll go get annoyed at Heinziger instead.
Also a plan.
I'm very, very pleased with my solution to the predicament.
It worked.
You still remember the squish of the eyeballs on your fingers. It was.
Rovan will shrug and go, "It is not the first, and it will not be the last."
Oh.
While I have you guys here, does any particular day in the next 2 weeks work best?
It's all good to me, man.
I'll get to
Unknown. We'll update.
I know Sundays don't work anymore, Gary. How about you?
Yeah, Sundays don't really work, and like this Saturday won't work either.
Are there weekdays that are better?
My schedule goes back to